We will, I guess it's recording now though on the Zoom,
Okay.
but, yes, approve. So we have for the Zoom, oh yeah, so now let's see how the slides look when they're presented.
Okay.
And it says it's streaming now. There we go. So this is the actual stream now.
So if there was someone on, they would see that.
Yes, exactly.
But no one is
This is
on
exactly what they would see. No one is on yet.
Okay.
But it is already recording in the Zoom, but we're fine because we're not. It's not like we're.
Actually, I'm gonna be in the office. That's the first after the bathroom.
Oh.
Instead of all the way up there, I'm gonna open my laptop and I can see everything.
Okay. Now, can we see what it looks like? Oh, we have to admit everybody that comes in the waiting room. Okay, we have
Gita?
yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, can you hear us?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Should I leave the SD card with you? This one?
Oh, we have one here, honestly.
I don't know. Do you want to keep it with you?
And then, yeah, I'm realizing, okay, there we go. So now we have some people. So what we'll do is, I want to make sure that, maybe what I'll have to do is make this window smaller.
What time is it? Oh, 9:56.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So is there?
Okay, so let's see how the slides look when they're being presented.
Alright, so here's the delay.
Yeah, and then this way now, I'm fixing it so it's gonna hide the mic below the bar here. You can see me trying to play around to make sure the mic is being hidden. And then up here too,
So
I'm
just
hiding
mute
mine.
for a second.
Okay.
I was just telling them to mute while we're.
Oh yeah. So they can hear us on the YouTube stream,
Yeah.
but they can't hear us on the Zoom meeting right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
They can't hear us on the YouTube stream?
They can, yeah, because it's streaming. But which is fine right now, honestly, because we're okay. But
Alright, so how do I dial into the Zoom?
okay, so now we sent a Zoom link out. Do you have it? Here, let me see if I can open it.
Yeah, you just tell me what
It's and then also I need that
Did you drink this water?
I need that
This is mine if you want.
do you know if
No.
Malinda's on her way? Because we need the extension cord so I can plug in my computer because it's
Yeah.
at 30%.
Yep. She is.
Let me leave this out actually, so I have something to say. So the meeting ID is 862
862
9192
9192
3477.
3477. Meeting passcode
It is 339714.
33974.
714.
714. Yeah.
Let's do that again.
Okay. 339
339
714.
7.
Yeah. That one should work. And then yeah, and then we'll see how it looks when you share your slides to make sure it looks right. Oh. I guess I have to admit everyone into the waiting room. I don't know why that happens.
Recording in progress.
Okay, cool.
It's just being recorded for
Yeah.
So now we want
Yeah.
to.
So now it's just show up here.
Are you using the long extension?
For what?
The one I gave you?
Yeah, but we can move it right now because I have another a smaller
I
one.
need that one.
Oh, this one here?
No, that one.
Oh.
Essentially, do you have
another
to
ball
share?
by any chance?
For USB-C?
You
Yeah.
sent.
I do not. Yeah, I only have the one here.
Actually, give me that one over there.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, I think I might have one there.
And then I have this for USB.
I know, but it's
sorry. Use the bathroom real quick.
What in the world is that?
Oh, I see. Allow. I'm sorry. Now it should let you do it. Oh, you can see my cursor.
No, I was just looking.
Let me see if I can hide that that thing real quick. But then you can see my.
You look so beautiful.
Hey!
How you doing, sweetheart?
How are you?
This is my husband, Ray. This is California
Good to
Eve.
meet you.
Nice to meet
You
you.
as well.
Oh.
Great. I'm so glad you guys are here.
Yes, did you meet
Ready
my
to present
Did you meet my
the
kids?
daughters?
Yes. Let me.
And as you're going up, you have your computer with you, right?
Yes, I do.
So you'll dial in like we're in with Zoom,
Okay.
and then you'll do the introduction.
Oh, okay.
You have she sent you the little bio,
The link?
the bio.
Oh, both your guys' files, yes.
Yeah,
Let me see, she tried to send it and didn't go through. I'll check if she not. I asked her to send it again.
Okay. Alright, so let's do this now. Alright.
Perfect.
So let me join again. What's passcode again?
Sorry. It is 339714.
Your permit us.
Oh.
You didn't do it where it's an opener, did you?
I know. I don't know why it does that.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, because
we didn't turn on the waiting room.
Now we want to do the slides. And share.
We'll click that again, I think.
Share my screen.
Perfect.
See how it looks.
Here,
Here, I'll pop up right here.
Okay. After fine. You want me to put it in presentation mode to slide straight from the start? Okay.
Perfect. Oh,
Oh,
it's
It's maybe still delaying.
yeah. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, still delaying.
I'll check when I get full screen so you can see the application. Let me put it full with the green, or do you think that'll cut everything off?
Okay, now you're seeing the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or check with the green so then we don't see all the other stuff.
Okay. Oh, I didn't fully do it. Okay, you're right. So it'll come up now.
and
And then, do you want me to move the window a little bit?
Window is right. I'll move it up. A little bit.
So what's going to be funny is we talking in the room is going to be 6 seconds before they hear it on the screen.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, Alex, if people are going to be talking from their own computer,
Yeah.
they have to be all on mute, and only one computer can be emitting.
It's only going to be like when she does the introduction, and she'll put it back on mute. When Malinda gets on at the end, she'll turn it on, and then she'll mute it when she's.
So whoever's the host, make sure that the settings is on when one's speaking, everybody else is muted, or else it's going to be.
It's presenter. Who's the owner? What computer is the owner?
Oh, this is the main.
main.
Oh, here. Move out of this thing. It's in
It's
here.
in here.
Here, actually.
saying that, like for example,
See right
she
here
sent
versus
things
host
to
tools.
and she will talk. But then it's also be like, oh,
So then what are you suggesting? What do we do?
they have to figure out how to make sure whoever's talking in this room that
Well, I guess we
their
can let them
mic is on.
unmute themselves though, so that we don't keep
So then
doing
we'll
it,
just
but
keep
we'll,
it.
so we'll just tell them to
So
mute themselves.
whoever's in charge or the host, you can control them.
Okay, let's just leave everybody halfway.
Put your purse in your backpack.
Okay.
Did you open your water?
I
did not.
You have it, right?
Yeah.
Joe must open it for you.
Where's Christine?
She was this.
Oh,
I am logged into our system.
Oh no, because I know she was getting coffee. And I love how everyone got coffee without me. I'm just so grateful for you guys.
I got me too.
Just kidding.
So,
Do you like how it looks on the screen?
yes, I do. Now, question.
Why is it behind?
It is a 5-second lag.
Yeah, it's behind by. Yeah, 5 seconds.
Really? Okay.
So, it's on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. Or.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
No, don't worry. You know,
Well, it's okay. Okay, so here's the speaker here. Anybody want to connect? Play some Christian music.
yeah, that'll be perfect. And right now, it is on mute, right? But the video is showing?
So it's on mute on. It's on mute on Zoom, but then on YouTube Live.
It isn't.
I can actually I can mute it in the chat.
Okay.
I don't know how to. Yes. You have viewers right now. On YouTube.
On YouTube.
I don't have it. I think Joe has it.
So it's a 6-second delay for us.
Yes.
On the screen, we're talking live to them. They'll hear it 6 seconds later.
Okay. So right now, we have 3 viewers on YouTube, correct, Alex?
Yes.
And they can hear and see.
One of them might be this TV, and one of them might be the TV up front, and one of them might be Joe.
Oh, so there are 2 of them that are probably us.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them is Joe.
And one of them is Joe. So if someone's listening to us, be patient with us. We're just getting the technical stuff taken care of. Yes. Yes, Eva Viva?
Muted on here.
Oh, what? You hear yourself now?
Yeah, I do.
Now it should be muted.
Okay.
Let's see.
For the YouTube?
Because I just muted my mic.
Okay.
See if it mutes it.
All right, you did the source, so. That's just a delay.
Can you show us your password? It's not loading.
No, it's not muted. So the mic is muted, but I guess maybe not the
Oh, let me mute us on here.
Oh, okay. Maybe that is the Zoom muted here.
Can you help me see what?
Oh,
You should be able to control it.
Oh, they said E.
How do I get to me over there? Oh, right there. There it is.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
So this is for.
Let's see how it looks like that then. Now hopefully this. Is it muted now? It's because now both mics are muted.
Okay.
Let's see.
How do I get to me over there? Oh, right there.
No, it must be my computer that's kept picking up as well. Is it muted now? It's 'cause now both mics.
Executive whose primary professional role was as a podiatric surgeon. Her clinical background provides a strong foundation for her work in leadership, particularly in understanding stress, decision making under pressure, and the impact of systems on human performance. As a practicing podiatric surgeon, Dr. Everett worked in high-stakes healthcare settings that demanded precision.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
My name's Erica.
Dr.
Hey.
Everett.
Nice to meet you, Erica.
You know, Eric.
This experience continues to inform her
Eve
leadership development
and
work.
Alex.
Hello,
Hello.
If you want to get some fruit and something right there to tea.
Very nice meeting you. I'll say specifically her ability to translate complex concepts into clear practical strategies for leaders and teams. And her current work with LFM, LLC, LFM, what's LFM?
LFM. That's him. What was
Living Faith Ministries.
Living Faith Ministries. Can I say it out loud just for people who don't know?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
And her current work with leader, what is it?
I didn't hear you.
Living
Faith Ministries.
It's right here. It's on here.
Living Faith Ministries. In her current work with Living Faith Ministries, Dr. Everett collaborates with
Wi-Fi password?
organizations
Are
and
you gonna open a computer?
agencies. Where is it at? I'll check that.
It's right on your thing. Right now.
Oh yes.
Should be good.
Where's Majid? Why is she here yet?
She was getting coffee.
Oh,
In her current work with Living Faith Ministries, Dr. Everett collaborates with organizations and agencies, including Michigan Rehabilitation Services, in multiple capacities. She serves as a job developer supporting medical. Oh yes. She serves as a job developer supporting medical residents by coaching and preparing them for successful placement in residency programs. Her work focuses on professional readiness, confidence building, workplace navigation, and effective transition into demanding clinical environments. Dr. Everett also serves as the Chief Operating Officer of Refocus-On-U, a nonprofit 501c3 Good morning, everybody. That's what I was worried about. Testing.
Do I need to unmute us as well?
Yes. Or we could have multiple going on.
So we're getting feedback.
Okay, I think
Okay, I think we're good.
Is everything
Okay,
good?
testing now.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us on Zoom?
You probably need to make that one to whoever's not talking. Yeah, that's me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe we mute that one. Oh, we can't see. Oh, yeah. Let me. So should I mute us? What we could do is.
How do I? Okay. Now I'm confused. So
So
it's getting the mic in from my computer. Is it muted here too? Yeah.
It's just that she might share it on
Okay. What about now? Yeah, maybe lower the volume here then. Yeah. That's what it is.
Okay.
Okay, now it's.
Testing now.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Do you think everyone on YouTube can hear us still?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely on YouTube.
YouTube.
Okay, now we'll officially be starting in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Y Factor, hosted by Refocus-On-U. Thank you so much to our CEO, Malinda P. If everyone can give it up to Malinda P. Yes, for hosting this amazing webinar, in person and virtual for other organizations in our community to be a part of. Welcome Gita, welcome Joe. Thank you everyone for joining us online and in person. It's so grateful to be here with all of you guys. I know a lot of us are faith-based and do a lot of ministry work. We're always in spiritual battle. And thank God we do not have to do that alone anymore. So I'm just going to open us up in prayer with that being said. So if everyone can join hands online in person. Let me hold my hand. Thank you, God, for bringing us here today, Lord, safely. I'm not sure if all of us are here emotionally safe, God, if that's going on in our personal life, Lord, that's bringing turmoil in our lives, that's taking us away from being in the present, God. I pray that you also get us here spiritually and emotionally and also physically in this space, all in one, together in one piece, Lord, to really focus on ourselves, to ground ourselves here, to develop ourselves with all of this information that's going to be nourishing our soul, our mind, and our body, Lord. That is what Refocus on You focuses on, is holistic nourishment to the mind, body, and soul. So we can focus on You, Lord, so we can focus on ourselves, focus on loving other people, God. Let all of the information, Pastor and Doctor, just pour into us and lead us into becoming a better person for our communities, for the communities and
Recording stopped.
and the sheep that you've called us to develop and to take care of, God, and to shepherd, Lord. So build us up, Lord, and take care of anything that needs to be pruned away from us, God, in our personal lives and our spiritual lives, God. Let us all come here together as one. Let our mind be here. Let our soul be here, God. Take away anything that we have at home that we are going through, so that way we can stay present and we can build our shield, we can build our sword, God, we can build our mind, Lord, so that way we can be stronger disciples to fight for You, to fight for your Lord, so we can do better work, God, and we can have happier, joyful lives as You love us so much and You want for us. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay, thank you guys for praying. Next, we're going to be going into a little bit of Refocus-On-U. I'm not sure who here is familiar with Refocus-On-U's mission or vision, but I'll just go over the basic mission statement of Refocus-On-U is restoring power to the whole person, focusing on the person's mind, their body, and their soul. doing that in creative different ways, whether that's one-on-one mentorship, whether that's us being a vendor in the community and engaging with all of the community members, whether that's constituents or other vendors and nonprofits who are like-minded, right? And also focusing on people's souls. So hosting new things. That's something that's going to be coming out is the youth ministry. So we're going to start doing that. We're going to start doing youth advocacy, working on systems on its in its whole entirety. So there's different things coming on with Refocus-On-U, but the general idea is everything needs to reflect restoring power to the whole person's mind, body, and soul. So restoring that power. A lot of that is systems change. A lot of that it comes within yourself personally, and overall, generally, we get that from God, right? So Refocus-On-U teaches the community how to find their power in different ways. Moving forward with the Y factor, Dr. Everett and Pastor Julius is going to be leading us in this 2-day webinar and seminar. So Dr. Regina and Pastor Julius are leadership development consultants and organizational practitioners with complementary backgrounds in executive leadership, workforce development, healthcare, and human behavior. Together, they co-create and facilitate the Y model at work, a leadership development framework that helps organizations understand how stress, pressure, and leadership behavior shape workforce culture and performance. Dr. Regina Everett is a doctor of podiatric medicine, a leadership development consultant and organizational executive whose primary professional role was a podiatric surgeon. Her clinical background provides a strong foundation for her work in leadership, specifically in understanding stress, decision making under pressure, and the impact of systems on human performance. As a practicing podiatric surgeon, Dr. Everett worked in high stakes healthcare settings that demanded precision, accountability, and effective team coordination. This experience continues to inform her leadership development work, specifically her ability to translate complex concepts into clear, practical strategies for leaders and teams. In her current work with Living Faith Ministries, Dr. Everett collaborates with organizations and agencies, including Michigan Rehabilitation Services, also known as MRS, in multiple capacities. She serves as a job developer, supporting medical residents by coaching and preparing them for successful placement in residency programs, and her work focuses on professional readiness, confidence building, workplace navigation, and effective transition into demanding clinical environments. Dr. Everett also serves as our COO, our Chief Operating Officer here at Refocus-On-U. We are a nonprofit 501c3 organization where she partners with our founder, Malinda P, CEO of Refocus-On-U, and we operate on 8 fundamental principles that support optimal health and well-being, which includes rest, exercise, sunshine, temperance, diet, air, water, and trust. Through this work, Dr. Everett guides individuals on a personal journey designed to support sustainable mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. The organization's approach emphasizes practical lifestyle alignment, rooted in timeless principles that foster resilience, balance, and long-term health. Dr. Everett is also a co-creator and co-facilitator of the Y model at work, where she will bring a disciplined, evidence-informed perspective to understanding how stress affects cognition, behavior, and team dynamics. Her facilitation style will be structured and grounded in application focus, helping leaders move from insight to consistent practice. So moving along to who our pastor is, Pastor Julius. Pastor Julius is a leadership development consultant and workforce development professional with more than 35 years of executive and leadership experience across complex organizational systems. His work focuses on leadership experience across complex organizational systems. His work focuses on leadership behavior, organizational culture, employee relations, and sustainable performance under pressure. Pastor Everett has academic training in policy and administration and has held senior leadership roles in admin, conflict resolution, and organizational health. He recently retired from long-term executive leadership at a multi-site organization where he guided leaders through periods of transition, stress, and change. He is currently completing a Doctor of Ministry in Christian Counseling with a professional emphasis on trauma-informed leadership, stress response, and communal resilience as they relate to workplace behavior and decision making. His applied work examines how leaders unintentionally reinforce survival-based patterns and how intentional leadership practices can shift teams toward clarity, trust, and engagement. Through Living Faith Ministries, Pastor Everett, collaborates with Michigan Rehabilitation Services as well to support workforce development, vocational readiness, and employment outcomes for individuals facing barriers to employment. This work integrates leadership coaching, behavioral insights, and system thinking to support both individuals and organizations. Together, Dr. Regina and Pastor Julius will facilitate this Y model at work, a leadership development seminar designed for corporate, nonprofit, healthcare, and public sector leaders. This model will help leaders recognize how survival-based responses emerge under stress and how leadership behavior can intentionally shape environments that promote clarity, trust, engagement, and effective decision making. Their combined expertise, spanning executive leadership, workforce development, counseling, healthcare, and nonprofit operations, enables them to address leadership challenges with depth, realism, and practical application. Their work emphasizes awareness, responsibility, and consistency as the foundations of healthy leadership and a sustainable organizational culture. With that being said, I'd like to introduce Dr. Dina and Pastor Everett.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now if you want to unmute yourself, so then
All right, we're gonna get started.
I gotta unmute.
Okay. What we'd like to do is just ask each person to say who they are and what organization they represent, and then so we'll know who's in the room, and everyone that's online will know. So we'll start right here.
hello everybody.
Hello, everybody. I'm Alex. I'm a second-year medical student, and currently am the research head. I'm really excited to be here today for our first event. It's my first time also doing this online fancy thing, and a lot of this is Joe's equipment, so we're really thankful to Joe. But thank you so much for being here and excited to delve into this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Erica Rivas, and I am a LVN, and I am in the process of opening up a home care organization. It is non-medical. I also work with Joe as business partner, and we are excited to be here today.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I was invited by Malinda. I know her by Malinda. I'm very surprised just last week. So I'm happy and very excited to meet everyone to see that we can integrate and share some of my experience. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jerry Quinones, and I'm the owner of On-Site Phlebotomy Solutions. But we're looking to launch On-Site Wellness Foundation so that we can be on the streets, offer services for. We believe that everybody should have access to laboratory work, and that's usually the first sign of any type of diagnosis. So thanks for.
I'm Misha Poindexter, the CEO of the After Agency. I have multiple hats, that's why it's called the After Agency. So if you don't have the skills to after, I am there to complete that mission. I do everything from audience engagement to keynote speaking, curriculum development, facilitation, as well as I'm an ordinator, so I marry people as well. Thank you for having me.
My name is Valdez. I am the business development director for Refocus-On-U. Also wear different hats. I'm a government consultant for any government agency. They reach out to us to complete whatever mission that it is they want us to complete. Also was the SNC for California Youth Connection. So I was the statewide membership council chair. So I would represent all students from California. Listen to them, policies that they wanted to focus on, what bills that they wanted to create, make amendments to, etc. So that's something that I ran for about a year. Each show was actually at CYC. She still coaches me and ministers to me. I appreciate that. I'm also pastor, so I was the youth pastor for a long time at Church of Ramona. There also I did an urban minister course at Bible University, so became an urban minister to minister to urban youth. And so yeah, I do that on
So I do that on the side. So I run a post called Other Bodies. So do that through my nonprofit, The Rooted Place. So also CEO of that as well. I also am a program developer for opening tours, and I'm also a policy advocate and consultant for National Foster Youth Institute, and I think that's it. If I can do that.
Bravo, bravo. Well, listen, thank you all. Well, listen, thank you all. Thank you for being here and being willing to engage in something deeper than your typical training, okay? Over the next 2 days, we're gonna not just focus on skills, but we wanna focus on understanding. Because a lot of times, what we tend to do is we're just living our life, but we don't, and we're reacting to things, but we don't know where those reactions are coming from. Like, why do I respond the way I respond? Why do I, why does that trigger me? But we have, through a tried and true process, figured out a way of helping you understand yourself so that you can know your leadership style. And if you can know your leadership style, then you can know how to lead your team, because you're going to have a team of people that are going to have all of the issues that we're going to address. You cannot address all of the issues on your team, but you can learn how to lead your team with all the issues that they have. Okay, so with that being started, once you understand your behavior, your behavior doesn't have to shape you. You can shape where you're going if you understand what you're doing. So with that, we'll let.
And so over the next 2 days, we will examine how stress, early experiences, and the nervous system reactions influences how we show up at work. Because what happens in the home or what happens in your private space, what you're going through, you sometimes bring that with you. So we want to understand how to control that. We hope this experience provides you not only with insight, but practical ways to foster trust, safeguard capacity, and lead with clarity and compassion. A lot of times in the workforce, leaders are not compassionate. It's just, this is the way it is, and they don't care about the person. But you have a healthy team, you have a healthy person, you have a healthy team. And so we want to understand how to engage with that, with our employees. So before we begin, we want to establish 3 agreements. And this is in your leadership participation manual. These things that we're talking about at the beginning. This is not therapy. No one is required to share your personal stories, but I hope you all will. As we go through the process, some things might trigger something. You might have an aha moment. And it's okay to share. And it's okay to share. This is a safe place. This is a place where we are able to be vulnerable to a certain degree as to what you're comfortable with. But the more that you are wanting to share, it might help somebody else be able to just, oh yeah, I felt that way too. And it'll make the seminar more interactive and more impactful. So we talk about patterns, not people. So, you might see things in individuals, but we're not trying to say, well, such and such, but we just want to look at the patterns that are happening. So if any point you feel uncomfortable, that's not failure, that's often learning. Oops.
Quick question. Just what's the Zoom meeting so I can send that out? I thought it was on the flyer. It's not on the flyer.
Would you rather me text it to you or?
Would you send it to me so my husband also? You haven't been here, so.
Okay. Of course. We'll keep going.
Oh, can you ask me to go to some numbers?
Now, one of the things is, because we are leading out in this meeting, you all will get your cues from us. And we're going to be very, very honest about who we are. You'll begin to pick up who we are after you look at, what we're presenting. And then if you feel comfortable, because we'll share some things with you all so that you can understand, oh, That's how that interacts. And if you want to share something, you can. You can take your cues from us. But if you don't, you don't. When we first sat through this, we were quiet the whole time because they were stepping on our toes all over them. So we were very, very quiet. But on the as time went on, we felt like, okay, well, we can share this now. We can let you know. And it has made a tremendous difference in how we lead out in our churches, in our offices, in our homes, which is where you'll see a lot of this.
And we want to thank Nancy and Ron Rocky, doctors, Nancy and Ron Rocky, who brought us over 20 years ago under their wings and brought us through this process. And this Y model, they have given us permission to use to further share with other individuals. We have just updated it now, 20 years later with current data and tried and true experiences that we have encountered. But we want to thank them. Ron has passed and Nancy is well in her 90s now. But we just want to thank them for the work that the Lord had given them that they have shared with us. So this workbook that you have in front of you, use it as a personal reflection guide, not as a disclosure requirement. Write only what feels helpful and appropriate. You may return to sections after the seminar and as insights deepen. Growth happens through understanding, practice, and patience. You're not required to share personal experiences, but we hope that at some point you'll be comfortable enough to do that. You may write as much or as little as you wish. This is not therapy again, it's leadership and team development. The goal is awareness leads to better choices. We're giving you an overview of what we're going to talk about. On the screen is going to be a delay, but in your manual, you will see it. So that's called the Y model. And it's just a behavioral visual of the cycles that we go through. And we're going to go through the left side, which is self-defeating. We're going to go to the right side, which is victory. We're also going to look at the brain. That's in the next page on page 4. Or not, what's this next page here thing. We're going to understand how the brain really talks about that. And Regina will talk a little bit more about that.
All right. Right here is your visual guide for the brain. And you see here the amygdala. And the amygdala is, a threat detection. We're not getting ready to do a deep dive. We just want you to see it. It's a threat detection. It is what responds, okay? It is when your fight or your flight thing kicking in, you know what I'm saying? So, and your prefrontal cortex is where it gives you pause, let me make a decision, and then your neocortex gives you meaning and understanding, okay? But the key reminder is the alarm, which would come from the amygdala, reacts to similarity, but knowledge will restore context. So sometimes I can be chatty, but to let you know, if I grew up in fear a lot, and I come someplace and I recognize, I'm not comfortable here. This room might be safe, but I picked up something in this room, and it reminds me of something from way back. And now I'm feeling like, oh, I'm under attack, or I need to, watch carefully. So that would be your amygdala saying, this reminds me of something back then. I don't know what it is, and it'll respond, but your frontal lobe and your neocortex, that'll tell you, wait a minute, this is not back then. I am not 8 years old anymore. I am not at home with, some crazy relatives or something like that. I'm in a meeting. And these people are not those people back then. So let me calm myself down and listen to what's going on and see what's really happening, because it isn't what happened to me back then. So that's just just telling you how we'll be working, but we'll be talking about these things and what is the word?
Interact with our behavior and
Interact
our
with our
reactions to
behavior,
things
yeah.
that come to us. So the amygdala doesn't know today or yesterday. It just recognizes, I know this threat. I know this has happened to me. And it just wants to react to protect yourself.
Right.
So then this seminar, as participants, we commit to respect confidentiality. We avoid diagnosing others. We practice self-awareness. We protect rest and capacity, and we choose curiosity over judgment. All right, any questions so far?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Now this is called the Y model, and I think you all have it. And it explains how human beings, including highly competent professionals, move from experience to conclusion to behavior. And at the base of the Y are our experiences, and from those experiences, we draw conclusions, and from those conclusions, we shape how we move. Okay, so I can come into a situation, and if I decided, oh no, this isn't it, then that's going to dictate my behavior immediately, because I've already assessed it, I've already made a conclusion, and once I've made a conclusion, I'm acting out of that conclusion. I don't care what you say, I'm acting out of what I have determined is my conclusion. But now what we want to help you all understand is which one is dictating your conclusion. Is it fear, frustration, or is it knowledge? So on the left side of that Y model, that's fear and self-protection, or the right side of the model that you all have, that's knowledge and making a healthy choice. So today we're going to stay mostly on the left side, not to shame, but to understand it. And let's look at what you may already see in your team or in your own life, and then we'll look after the seminar to see if anything changes, and you can write that stuff in your notebook. So one of the reflections as we go forward is, well, what are some of the behaviors I notice most often on my team when we're under stress?
And that's just maybe taking a moment just to reflect on that. You can write it down. And then as we go through the process, you might come back to it at the end and say, oh, this has changed now because I see it more. So we just want you to kind of participate in that manner as you're answering those questions, and especially on the reflection, just to kind of write that at that moment, so that way you're not trying to remember it later on and then put it down there. But if there are anything, write it down. If not, then we'll just keep going. But we'll just give you a minute to do that.
Okay. Well, believe it or not, one of the first things that are at the base is, did you have a difficult or life-threatening birth? Okay, now I don't know how I got here. I know I'm here, so you know what I'm saying? I mean, I know how I got here. I know about the birds and the bees.
I think it's safe to say it depends on what type of relationship you have with your parents.
Right.
Deep dive, and so I know you said share, and I have no problem sharing this if it's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I recently learned that I had womb trauma. Because as a child, I heard a conversation that my mom had has passed on since, telling a friend something along my grandmother from my dad's baby, mom's baby daddy, and I carried that, and I carried that for years. And more recently, I had a conversation with my father about it. He said, "Oh, it's because I left after you were conceived, and I moved away. And when I came back, I already knew that." And so I was like, oh, what do you mean? Right? What does that look like?
Right.
At that time, she was a single mother of 3. And so when he came back to her, she brings me out, right? And he's like, whose child is that? And she's like, yours. So now I'm correlating all these things.
Right.
Further down the line, I go into therapy. I learned about womb trauma. And I realized that now I understand why there was depression for what seems to be no reason at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't imagine being a single mother of three carrying this child independently. She felt everything and I felt it too.
Right.
So when you're talking about that, did you have a healthy birth? You won't know, right? That's not something you think about until you start to do a deep dive. So
Right. And it is, and that's what we're about to do.
And let me
Right.
just say this, and I want to commend you on that, because that's exactly what this seminar brings out, is the understanding of what happened during that womb. Because not only did you feel what your mother was feeling, but even within the wombs of those 9 months, you were experiencing everything she was experiencing, and that was bringing to you. You had behavior, but you had no wording for that behavior until you were able to get to the therapy. And what this seminar is doing is helping people understand the very beginnings, where psychology kind of goes from where you are now forward. But what we have learned is the more that we can go backwards. In fact, when we got married, and we were sitting in a room similar to this, and our presenters were on the other side, and they were talking about emotional distance and all of that, and the compatibility, marrying your emotional equals.
Right.
And we'll give you a little bit about that in our story, dealing with this part. And so, when it came to, well, why don't you start with that part with the emotional equalness in the
Right.
100 years?
Well, this is when we really understood that this was a science. This was really a science. We were sitting there and they asked me two questions. They said, were you raised with your father? I said no. And they asked me what career had I chosen? And I said I was a surgeon. So she said, well, I do know this because, and they didn't know who we were. They said, because you chose a male-dominated profession, right? I've chosen a male-dominated profession and I grew up without a father. They said that would mean that the man that you married probably doesn't have any female children in his family, and probably hasn't been a female child born into his family in over 20 years. What turns out there are no female children born into my husband's family in over 90 years. Okay, so you understand the science. So now we were interested. What is the science behind that?
Then tell them the science of how the woman
Yeah.
sends out a scent.
Yeah, a woman is a powerful, we'll just build a bear. We'll make what we need. Okay. So listen, what we, and you can research this. Let's say that a woman is married to a man who tends to be emotionally distant, quiet. Okay, and you all are already probably picking up the kind of people we are. Okay, someone that's more quiet, reflective, me more whatever. So what, more animated. So they said, if she cannot truly bond to her husband or to her partner during sex, she will send out a scent to attract a Y chromosome, and she will make herself a man. She will produce a son. So very often, the child of, those couples like that are often sons. And then she will have an extra close relationship with who? Her son. Okay, because she can't have an extra close relationship. She can't, we're together and all that, but right, there's no bonding. So I'll make a man, I'll make a son, and I'll bond with that son. Okay, my sons, okay. So, all right, so that's all I'm just saying. I know y'all are
Wait a minute.
saying is,
you know, we're not just talking. You know, you will hear about, you will see yourself. Okay, you will see yourself. So consequently, I was, you know, born to a single mother. My husband was not my husband. My father was nowhere to be found. So my mother is this 18-year-old terrified young girl whose mother has put her out because she's pregnant. Now, you think she's stressed? Absolutely, she's stressed. You think she's sad? Absolutely. So all that cortisol is flowing through her blood. I'm in her womb. Okay. I don't have a language. I'm just a baby, but I am experiencing the cortisol, the effects of it in her womb. My heart is beating fast because her heart is beating fast. You understand? So I'm coming out already fearful. Okay. I don't even know. I'm just a baby. Yes, ma'am.
Can I share something really deep in my family? It's basically has to do with something cultural too. My parents were Vietnamese, so they lived in a rural area. My mom married or not in love with my dad. So this is not in love with my dad. So this is arranged marriage. She's only 16. She's only 16. Married into a family that has 5, 6. Yes. A lot. So during that time, yes. A lot. So during that time, 7 children. They both have 7 children. I'm the oldest. 5 boys, 2 girls. So she had going through emotional distress.
yes.
Now have depression. Now my dad passed. Now my dad passed. She completely. So I see the complex. So I see the complex of having children that are not incoherent with the partner. She doesn't know my dad. This is strictly 2 families putting together before our civil war, north and south. So having children is just because having children.
Yes.
I don't know.
Right. Yes.
Convenience.
Right. Yes.
So I see the complexity of mentally affected her in many ways. And I am right now. I was me. I can speak for myself as I'm the oldest. The youngest one, they're here. They don't know. They have the best of it. But I can experience from where we are in our country and in transit here. So I feel for her, but my hands are tied. I can't do anything. I can't. I advise her to get psychiatric treatment.
Yes.
But so complex now. I think she succumbs to much smaller self. So strong, and it's beyond. I think she thinks beyond help, and so many people to blame. In-laws, her own family. But that's a complexity that
Now,
I
and
have to live with
I will
right
tell
now.
you.
Now, and I will tell you that one of the things that we also learn is when you begin to make changes, you send out a different signal, and without knowing it, the people that you are around begin to react differently to you. So when we understood it, we had to start sending out a different signal because we got 6 kids. We have jacked those kids up. It's too late. Too late.
But all boys.
But all boys. We have 3 sons, and then we adopted 3 daughters. There was no way there were any girls coming into this family. There's just no way. And there are no women in this family except for our daughters, and then some wives. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But also marrying the emotional equal. There are no men in my family.
To be found. It's just
there are no men to be found. It's just women.
This name,
Generational, this name, unwed mothers, 5 generations of unwed mothers. Okay. Very hardworking farmers working in Texas, picking cotton, fruit, working a farm, and there are no women in his family. So my husband cooks, clean. Our daughters don't. Our kids don't come to me for anything. They go right around me. Okay, and to him because his mother raised him to be very self-sufficient.
And I'll let you say that how you want to say it, but very self-sufficient. So emotional equal. Here is a man that is very, very self-sufficient. He doesn't need a woman. He can cook, clean, sew. He does all of that. And I am a woman who doesn't need a man. You understand what I'm saying? Now you bring two of us together. What do you have?
And so when we talk about emotional equal, you know, when people are getting their soulmates and so forth, you know, they're thinking they're bringing somebody in that complements them.
Right.
But they're actually bringing somebody in that they have similarities with damage. That's what attracts people together, is their damage. And so, you know, her mom was an alcoholic, and she was raised by not only her mom, but her mom moved in with her sister, who her husband was alcoholic. So she had two parental figures as alcoholics. And so I told our presenters, oh no, I don't have any alcohol in my family. I'm a fourth generation Christian, you know, and you know, and they said no, because you wouldn't have married her if there wasn't some similarity. So go back and ask, because my parents had passed. They said go back and ask some of your cousins that, you know, knew you when you were a baby, you know, what happened, you know, what was in your environment. I said sure. So I called one of my cousins up, and I said, was there any alcoholism in our family? And they said, well, Ray, don't you remember, we had two older cousins, and they both were here in California. One was in San Francisco, and one was in the mountains. She raised her daughter like in a cave.
With a wolf. That ought to tell you everything.
What's going on here? So she said, Ray, don't you remember when Claudia and Sandra would come visit you all? I said, yeah, they would come visit for a couple of weeks, and you know, Sandra would bring her little wolf dog and be howling in the backyard. We lived in Chicago. She said, don't you know why they were there? And I said, no, they just came to visit. She said, no, your mom allowed them to come and detox. And, you know, they would be at your house for a couple of weeks, you know, at a time. And so I was raised not knowing that that's what I saw. I just thought I saw my cousins coming to visit. So when we talk about this principle of you marrying your emotional equal, if you all go back and look at your mates and look at some of the issues that your mates have had, you'll see that you're similar in the intensity of the damage. It might not be the same damage, but it'll be the intensity of that damage that attracts you together.
I'm single.
Right. So here's you know, look, we're gonna get back because we gotta be careful because we'll go way, you know, off. But you know, emergency deliveries, extended NICU stays, early separation from caregivers, things like this cause difficult and life-threatening births. Okay, and but this does not determine destiny. You know that because you know how I grew up and where I've gone, and I'm sure a lot of you have had some pretty traumatic beginnings, but you're here, you're standing, you're surviving, you've made it. So it doesn't determine, you know, your destiny. It just influences your sensitivity to things. You know, growing up with an alcoholic family, if anybody's been in that, you already know you can read a room immediately. Like I know if it's going to be a bad day or a good day, and I immediately adjust so that I don't create, you know, any abuse coming to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to make my mother mad or whatever. So I already know when I come in the room, good day or bad day, I have to adjust. You know, I have to do it. And I've done that all my life. I can, you know, read a room and immediately bring my behavior in so I can survive. You know what I'm saying? And that is what we're really gonna address, because a lot of times we're only surviving. We're not really living. You know what I'm saying? We're just getting, you know, how do I navigate through this? How do I navigate through that? So in the workplace, this is gonna show up as strong reactions to authority, okay? Heightened sensitivity to criticism, rapid rapid escalation under pressure. People, they can't take it, and emotional exhaustion after meetings. Okay, so that's what you'll see in the workplace, or even in your home or your relationships with this kind of stuff. And a lot of times leaders will mistake this they'll mistake this for this person's got an attitude. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the problem is, but most of the time it's just like stress activation. I'm under stress. Okay, like I was back in the womb, but I don't know what was going on. Okay, and so you're seeing it. I'm fighting you. I don't know what it is. Something about you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're carrying yourself like you're a person of authority, and there's just something about you that irritates me, and I don't know what it is. Okay, so and like I said, you can't take the criticism. So a lot of times, if you're in the workplace, what's this dude's problem? What is his problem? But it's not. It's a stress riser. I think you're next, right?
And then the next, at the base of it, and these are all prenatal influences in the womb, are abuses that are received: rejection, emotional, physical, sexual. And rejection, I believe, is one of the most damaging of the abuses that we see in people. I'm not wanted, I must adapt to survive. Emotional abuse teaches I'm wrong, I must hide or perform. Physical abuse teaches power hurts, I must control or submit. Sexual abuse teaches boundaries are dangerous, authority is unsafe. And research across public health and psychology consistently shows that adverse experiences accumulate. They build. And the more categories someone experiences, the higher the likelihood of later emotional stress. So in the workplace, how does this translate? In teams, this can show up as fear of feedback, people pleasing, defensiveness, distrust of leadership, and hyper alertness to tone and power dynamics.
Yes.
So it's important. People are not overreacting, they are reacting from history. What they were accustomed to in their formative years and not being resolved. They're reacting to
that. Just one quick thing. A lot of times, some leaders, when they're, for somebody that has been physically abused, that's terrifying to them. You know what I'm saying? This, and I want this, and I want that. You know what I'm saying? So as leaders, we have to really learn our body language, how, our tone. We are both in professions. Like my husband works for God, right? Full time. If you get all your instructions from God, okay, you're never wrong. And to my student doctor over here, as a physician, we have a God complex. We just do. No one questions what we say, right? You come to see me, I'm telling you what you need to do. So you've got two people, one that works for God and one that no one questions. You understand? So we have to be careful because of how we address people. I'm used to just telling you, this is what you need to do. And it frustrates me when you give me feedback. Like, well, yeah, but what about, I used to, before I understood this, well, then what did you come here for? If you know the answer, why are you here? But that was my damage, not wanting anyone to question me. You understand? But to learn, or to at least make my patients feel heard, because you can't survive in a practice very long if you're not listening to your patients. You understand what I'm saying? You have to sit back, well, what's really going on? Or, you know, okay, so you read an article in the Star magazine, the one that had the baby that was born with scales on it, and it said, you know, you read in that magazine that this is really what's wrong with you. Well, even though I know you crazy as a Betsy bug, okay, I'm gonna listen to you and say, now where'd you get that information? Blah, 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 blah. Now let me give you some education. You understand? But that's how it would show up a lot of times in the workplace. I don't want to be questioned. I am an expert. I know what I'm talking about. Well, and I'm always right. But guess what? In this room, if we're always right, what does that make y'all? Always wrong. Who wants to be around somebody and if I gotta be with you, but in my work relationship or whatever, I've got to always be wrong? Am I always wrong? No, I'm not. But if you take the position you're always right, then you got to understand that the other person has to take the position that they're always wrong. And nobody wants to live or to work in a place where they are made to feel they're always wrong. Okay? So if I'm made to feel I'm always wrong, then every time I'm interacting with you, my guard is already up. I've already broken down the workplace. Okay, I'm already bringing toxicity, and it would be coming from me, the leader. And then I'm upset when my team doesn't react to me. So I'm thinking it's you, when really I'm the leader. It started with me. Okay? So as we continue down the why, we'll move into an area that often explains why reactions feel bigger than the moment itself. Well, one, painful experiences are not always dramatic or obvious. Sometimes they're repeated moments of stress, loss, disappointment, or fear that occur when a person did not yet have the language, power, or support to process them. In other words, when you were young, you didn't know what the language was, but you know what it felt like. You understand? Like you didn't, oh my goodness, but you know, when I'm in this place, I'm not safe. When I'm in this place, I'm under stress. When I'm in this place, I feel small, I feel unheard. So you might not know what the words are, but you sure do know what it feels like. You do. So painful experiences are stored differently. Painful experiences are stored differently than facts or memories. Okay. Now, what we are addressing right now are painful experiences, but we're going to now start, as we go on, addressing some facts, and so that you can look and say, yeah, that happened. That's how I feel. But now let me put some information with it so I understand why. This is why later in life, a situation at work, a tone of voice, a closed door meeting, when you have come up under stress, you see two people whispering over there and you're thinking, they're talking about me. Well, they're over there talking about how to bake a hot cross buns. You know what I'm saying? But you're looking, what are they talking about? So now your stresses are already rising. They're over there in the corner. I think they're talking about me, but they're really over there talking about a hot cross buns recipe. But now my sense of vigilance is heightened, right? Because I have read the room. I've read it incorrectly, but I read it. Now I'm responding to it. Now when you come talk to me, right? Oh, hey, Regina, I have an attitude because I thought you were over there talking about me, right? Now you're responding to my attitude. But instead of, if I had knowledge, I would know I shouldn't have judged that. I don't know what was going on. But because I've come at you with an attitude thinking you were over there talking at me, as soon as I'm like, well, yeah, whatever, then you're responding to me, right? And I'm thinking, see, they were over there talking about me because she's responding to me with an attitude. But really, she was responding to my tone because I misjudged the meeting. You understand what I'm saying? So you see how things can be in the workplace crazy? Like, okay. Well, anyway, at the base of the why, painful experiences help explain your defensiveness, your emotional withdrawal, overreaction, shutting down, difficulty trusting under pressure. This is not a weakness. This is your nervous system telling you this is what you got to do to survive. Okay, this is what you have got to do. And so as leaders, we're not here to uncover anyone's past. We're just talking in this room so that you can see for yourself, oh, I know I got some issues. So once you know you got problems, it is okay to let other people have their own. Okay, but in this, we are always telling people just put a mirror up to your face. Because when we did this, I immediately picked up that my husband was crazy, right? I saw every last one of his, and he saw every last one of mine. But I needed to recognize my own. So I know some of you out there are like, now I know what's wrong with so-and-so. No, hold the mirror in front of your face. What is wrong with me? Okay? So understanding this can reduce your shame and help you to respond with clarity instead of judgment. All right?
And then the fourth base behavior that's prenatal, and what we mean by prenatal is your formative years, from in the womb to about 7 or 8. And research has found that 75 to 80% of your character has already been formed. So if you recognize from about 7 to 8, you're already formed as to who you're going to be. The rest of your life is just that 25 more %. So if you can understand what happened in those formative years and how you were raised, what you were exposed to, what environment you were in, you will understand why you have certain behaviors. And so this is what we're trying to convey as to being aware of these of those years and going backwards as opposed to just where you are today. So when we talk about the fourth one, needs not met, physical and emotional, every human being has a basic need of safety, consistency, care, belonging, affirmation, and rest. Just basic things that, a child wants. When these needs are met with reasonable consistency, people need to develop capacity and confidence and flexibility. When they're not met, people often develop strategies to compensate. And you can see it growing up. You can see it in friends that that you were with, and what their home life was like. You had, whether it be alcoholic parents, whether it be drugs, whether it be parties, whether it be prostitution, whatever was going on in that life, and that child's exposed to it, then when they come to school, you can see why they're sometimes rattled. But you don't know it all. And so we want to just bring out principles to help us understand this is what's happened, these are the choices I can make now. For example, when care was inconsistent, people may become hyper-independent. When affirmation was lacking, people may overwork to prove value. When safety was uncertain, people may control or withdraw. And when emotional needs were ignored, people may minimize their own needs altogether. So when we look at these needs not met, and whether it be physical or emotional, over time, these adaptations become patterns. It's just how we live. This is just what we do. This is how we act. This is how we respond. So in the workplace, unmet needs often show up as difficult asking for help, fear of feedback, over-functioning, under-functioning, emotional detachment, and exhaustion and burnout. Because you're holding all this in. It's not safe to say anything because my boss is going to react a certain way. Again, the goal here is not to analyze people. The goal is to understand why certain behaviors emerge under pressure. And all of this is when you are under pressure, when things are happening. As leaders, when we recognize unmet needs, not to fix them, but to avoid reinforcing them, we create environments where people do not have to stay in a survival mode to succeed. This is how the base of the why connects directly to leadership and culture. So when we understand painful experiences and unmet needs at the base of the why, we stop asking what's wrong with people and start asking what shaped the patterns in us. All right, any questions up to this point?
I want to ask a question. Do you feel like there was ever a pushback when you found out information that was foreign to you about, like you said, finding your equals? Did you find yourself automatically having like emotional pushback? Did you walk into it with like, oh, well, I feel renewed and this is the information? Because I'm sitting here and I'm getting triggered in a way, right? But not in a trigger that's flight. Mm-hmm. I'm triggered in a sense. I even have, I had my best friend log in. She works under the after agency. Hello, Daisy. Because I said, this is phenomenal. You need to hear this. Mm-hmm. Because I think these are conversations we have, not realizing that we're having them. Mm-hmm. You don't know the right language sometimes. Like how you're talking about the brain. We're not. Right, she gave a heart. And she's a therapist. So, again, the question is, did you find yourself automatically having flight about this information? Or did you just conform to what was being brought up to you?
When it was first brought up to us, we were very, we pushed because it was making us look at ourselves, okay? As a matter of fact, when we sat, the husband and wife that sat across from us, first of all, they didn't like us, and we didn't like them, and I didn't know why. We did not like, they were just presenters, like we're sitting here presenting, they were presenting, and we were like you all listening, but it was something about them I did not like, and it came to find out their reactions, their wounded trauma, all of that was just like us. They were us. We were just 25 years younger than them. So there was something, they were giving us, and of course, with my issues, they were very authoritative in how they presented it. So I was already, triggered with who these people think they are. They don't know anything. So yes, but now looking back, I just recognize that they were really showing me who I was, and I wasn't ready to see me. You know what I'm saying? Really to understand, and that's because you develop, and we're about to move on with the why. You really do develop a language to protect yourself, how you communicate, how you interact with people. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole language surrounding your issues. We call it the lie. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start our deep dive. But when we did this originally, they gave us a test, and they had us see what side of the brain we are gifted in. And everybody else, when they put their brain scan up, everybody else's looked like monsters. They were all over the place, right? And when they put mine up, mine was a very perfect square. And I was like, you see, Ray? There I am. I was a perfect square, right? Everybody else there, was reaching out over here, reaching out over there, but I was a square. So I was waiting for him to get to mine, because I was about to,
You was about to show out.
I am the only person in this room that doesn't have any issues. And what got me was when she pulled it up, she was very quiet. And I was like, wait a minute, what's wrong? It was like she was trying to figure out, how am I going to address whoever this person is? So she said, I don't know who this is. She said, but this person has grown up with such trauma that they know how to live in every portion of their brain and adjust accordingly. So, in other words, with all that trauma coming to me, I could, okay, this person, I know how to act. This person, I know how to act. This person, I know how to act. This person, And so she said, now the good news is her square is big. She says, because the smaller it is, those people are psychotic.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Wow.
So it turned out I was the craziest person in the room, okay? Well, let me me just say it like this. You know, we're not supposed to use those words, but we grew up in the 60s, and so, you know, we use words that I guess they're not supposed to use anymore. But I'm just saying, I ended up being the most traumatized person in the room. Do you know what I'm saying? Having to be all things to all people.
Right.
Okay? You hear me?
Yeah.
And that is exhausting.
Yeah.
That is just exhausting. To be all things to all people means that I don't allow myself to cry, okay, to feel. Why would I cry? Who's paying attention anyway? You know, he used to say, "Why don't you cry?" I was like, the minute I cry, it's over. Okay, I'm pulling out a weapon if I cry.
Back to that square.
Right. So you understand, to be all things to all people means I can't even be anything to myself. And I'm not letting you, because I'm, you know, I got to make sure everybody else is okay. So I'm always tired. I'm thinking all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm thinking, okay, I gotta make sure this, I gotta, you know, blah, 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 blah. I never turn it off. I'm never turning it off. Aging parents, children that are, husband, business, blah, 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 employees, I can't turn it off. I'm always in that square. You know what I'm saying? And I lived there. You know what I'm saying? I lived in a box.
Yeah.
I lived in a box, yes.
I just want to share something. I feel concur with you on that part. Just the other day, I was sitting with a friend, and she's like an astronomer. She go, Tanya, I can see it in you, where you are so, you're so good with people. And I say, don't you know? Let's just say I meet you and I know who you are, and I can relate to you, and I can relate to you, and just like what you said, it's so tiring. I said, I need to know you. You're not one template. You're like multiple templates. Yes. So I have to make myself learn about you. Yes. I'm not smart, but that's how I survive.
Yes.
Because if I were myself, I repel you immediately. The same thing. So I need to do that. I grow fangs, I grow, all these things. And it's hard. You know, like what Dr. Regina said, it's difficult. You're going through so many ups and downs, many avenues to compliance with different people. But I don't know how. I don't know why I do that. But I need to know that. My survival mode just kicking in.
Yes, and we're going to do a deep dive. Anybody else want to say?
I wanted to share when you mentioned about employees and then your home life and with maybe family and outside people that you're just meeting. I've worked in the healthcare field for over 15 years, and I felt myself throughout my upbringing to now constantly doing that, and everyone's like, wow, they call me and they say, can you go and talk to so-and-so? Can you de-escalate this? Can you help with, someone who's sundowning right now? Or, and I'm the go-to person. And I love it because I can connect with everybody. And however, it is very draining, it is very tiring, and then, you're in the box. So it's like, who am I, and when can I just be who I believe to be myself? And so I'm finding that out, or on an exploration, so to speak, right? Where it's like, it's okay to just be me, right? But how to do that? Because regardless, I would say people pleaser, and like she mentioned, I need to learn about you. I need to learn about you. I need to learn, and share about myself so we can connect. But I think that that's just something that we all, do. But when we're constantly, adapting or reading the room, and I'm like, okay, I gotta adjust to him. I gotta adjust to you. I gotta just, it's very tiresome. But why we do that? It's like a defense mechanism, or it's just a stressor. It's a, everybody has a different upbringing, but we can see those who, some sort of trauma in their upbringing to have the same similar connection in that sense. So it's very interesting to hear about this. So.
You know, and just to add to that, we didn't include it as part of this seminar when we talk about the brain and what function of the brain we operate out of. But it's interesting to understand that if you're a basal right harmony and all of that, and you have to do a lot of accounting and figures, and you know, you might be a left side basal or a left frontal over there. Well, if you have to operate in one of those quadrants, you cannot just, or you're a right brain creative person, you know, you can't just go backwards in the brain. It goes in an order, so it goes this way. So if you're basal right, but you have to operate with figures and concepts and all of that, you have to come over one, you have to go up two. That's 200% more energy to get there. And if I have to go over to being creative, you know, visionary, that's 1, 2, that's 300% more energy. So when you're operating out of what is not your gift, that's where the tiredness comes from, because you're not operating in where you're gifted.
I was gonna say, we don't have the slide, but just imagine a pie and it's cut into 4 pieces. And this is your, you know, your frontal right. This over here is your frontal left, basal right, basal left. And for me, I am a frontal right, very creative, relational, and things like that. But because of my woundedness and my trauma and not growing up with a father and being forced to have to take care of my mother, right? So now I have replaced my father because I'm taking care of my mother. So I chose a profession that was male dominated, where I could make a lot of money and take care and be the provider, right, that we needed in the family, because my father was absent. Father was absent. I became the provider. I work over here in the frontal left doing surgery. I was never happy over here. You understand? I'm doing surgery. I'm very good at it. I'm stuck there because it makes a lot of money, and I got a family to take care of. I'm doing my father's job because he's gone, okay? But I'm tired all the time. I'm frustrated all the time. I want to sit in there with the patient. I want to just shoot the breeze. How you doing? Blah, 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 blah. You know, what's going on? But I didn't want to, you know, and, you know, I was doing orthopedic surgery, so I'm making, I use tools. So I'm cutting, you know, with bone saws and hammers and mallets and wire drivers and, you know, screws. I'm working with that over here, okay? When really I wanted to be, you know, over here. How you doing? Blah, 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 blah. Now I'll refer you. That's where I should have been. But trauma forced me over here. And I was always tired. I was never happy. So you had your hand up?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. So you see what I'm saying? So I have been forced as a result of my trauma to work in an area of medicine that I did well, but I did it because I needed to be able to be a provider. You understand?
And so our presenters actually were recommending that we would change our professions, because as a pastor, I was always dealing with administrative things and that, but I like to just, can we just all get along? We just get it. Because it was tiring us.
Yeah.
And that's what you guys will see and understand, even within yourselves and in your employees. You might have to look at your employees and say, you know what? I'm seeing this is your gift. And over here, you know, you're just coming in tired, you're frustrated. But hey, maybe if we move you over here, why don't we try that? And let's see what happens. This is what this seminar is helping leaders be able to identify.
I have a question. I'm just like overwhelmed by everything I'm hearing, right? Everybody's input, Tanya, Erica, right? Right, this young lady. Does this really work really well with, what's the age group? I mean, I know it can help anybody, but you gotta be in a season where you're ready to be able to experience that journey. What's the age group of success that this is helping. I'm 50 and I'm like, into a bunch of seminars, a bunch of conferences, conventions, biblical stuff. But it's like, this is the first time I'm hearing something like this right now.
Can I comment?
Yes.
What population do you serve that you're interested in when asking that question?
You know, I just got a lot of peers that are a little younger, a little older, right? And we're damaged goods, as they would say, right?
Yeah.
So we come up with parents that are heroin addicts, come up with family that are just broken, right? And I think maybe one or two of us might relate to that, or maybe not. But that's my group of people, right? Gang members and things like that. And if they don't ever hear a teaching of this sort emotionally to connect, man, they're stuck there. They're successful. They might have businesses. They work great union jobs, but they're broken, and they're raising their children to never be able to. I mean, they're damaging them as well. I'm thinking about some of my kids, and you know what? I raised my kids in a Christian home, but God knows, man, we damaged them. You know what I mean? And you know, and my grandkids, I told you guys I have 8 of them. Make a long story short, you know, we'll pick them up and take them to church. Oh, you're not going to church? Or call my kids, like, what's it, going to church tomorrow? No, you're not going. Okay, we're picking them up. And we'll find a way to get them grandchildren to church, right? So, so my question
like young
is,
people, or like people with lived experience, right?
Right.
I wanted to ask that question because you obviously sound like a vet, like an OG, right? I have lived experience. I grew up, you know, obviously in the streets. Erica has, you know, a similar story. A lot of us here have lived experience. For me personally, you know, not, I would say affiliated, but never a part of the gang life. Grew up with the Zusa Treces. You know, my mom was trafficked and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? And I hit the streets of Pomona at 13, and I feel like that's all I knew. I was really good at selling, and you know, once I met somebody at 19 who came from that lifestyle and told me his story and was a CEO and a Christian, you don't think that people with our backgrounds could be a good person, morally correct, could pursue education. And for us, we understand that because we've lived life, we're older now, and it's a common story. For them, they're new at life. They were here 19 years. You know what I mean? They're barely were elementary school, middle school, just left high school.
Right.
Like for them, they have no idea. Once I understood how possible, not even easy, just that if it's possible that I could change my life and I could talk differently and I could talk to different people and I can be in different spaces that I didn't know that it was possible for me to even dream of going there. I think if you have the capability and the opportunity to even expose them to criteria curriculum like this, then just do it. Because for me, when I was 19 and that pastor, you know, who told me his story and gave me, and after I told my story, he said, do you want to work here? I'm like, yeah. I would try to fight all my coworkers when I was younger. I would try to fight them. He put me in anger management, you know, and he's the one who put me through school, who put me, you know, through anger management classes. And a lot of the things I wasn't ready, and I was stubborn when hearing things like this, right? And I don't want to accept it. I don't want, like, no, that's not right. If you know, my coworker over here smoking weed, I'm not saying shit, boss. I don't care. You know what I mean? That's not how I was raised. But then you start to, they model you, and you start to follow their leadership, and you start to see how trusting in God and your elders is Bible, and you start to see the fruits that come from that. Then they start to trust in your word and your direction more. So I would say, even if they're not ready, or even if they don't understand all the concepts, it's the same as when reading a book or watching a movie. After you reread it, you're gonna pick up on more things every time.
Because representation matters.
Right.
And that's across the board. Representation matters in that form of your life when you're hitting the streets, because you need to bear witness. Like, that is a universal term. Whether you're in the church, bear witness. When you're in the gang life, bear witness.
Right.
When you're in your home with your 8 kids, great grandkids, bear witness, right?
Right.
And that representation creates, whether you understand the verbiage that's coming out of this seminar, or you're living it day to day, not knowing, like you said, connecting what is happening with the verbiage that is really universal, People need representation to know it exists.
Right.
That's where faith-based comes from, right? A lot of times people believe it once they see it. And then some of us, we believe it once we feel it. It's a difference. Either way it go, the representation is what creates that that understanding that this is real.
Right.
And that's why this is so amazing. So
That's why we need you in these spaces.
And we want to thank you guys for sharing and for your question. And basically, at any age, it's successful if the person is willing to be taught. So one of the phrases that our mentors coined was, if you're teachable, you're fixable.
Right.
And it's just a matter of you modeling, like the ladies have said, showing what God is doing in your life, showing what you have learned and is transforming you. They're going to say, hey, you know, you're different.
What is it?
What is it? And then you're able to share it. You're bearing witness to what you have just experienced.
I'll give a prime example. This work in the workplace, and you'll see it even if you model this in your home or in your business. One of the biggest issues that we learned, that we did and we put upon our children was this. After we went through the seminar, we immediately picked it up, and I said, we got to make a change. But we were having Christmas, and we were sitting there, and we were decorating the tree. So the kids are decorating the tree. Well, they're putting the little thing into the ornament, and immediately, perfectionist. No, that's not how you do it. No, that's not how you do it. No, that's not how you do it. No.
Right.
Okay? And I immediately picked up that we had drained the happiness. Because our children are happy, but we didn't told them 10 times, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. You see what I'm saying? So I could see our son, because he had to be about 6 or 7, so he was really doing it, and our kids that were up here, they were like 2. But I could feel us killing him. Do you know what I'm saying? So I stopped. I said, Ray, we're expecting him to know without having taught him. We're expecting him to know, but we haven't taught him. So we stopped. He said, Josiah, sorry, son, we messed you up if you're looking.
Oh, baby.
I'm mommy, sorry.
No, that's what happened. This is why I feel this way.
This is why. You see, because you got to know it doesn't come out of a vacuum. His father was a military man. He could look and say, you missed a blade. You understand? Go back and do it again. Perfectionist. You see, I can't get it wrong. Me, I can't get it wrong because I die if I don't get it wrong. I got to get it right. I've got to survive. But we stopped, and he said, let me show you how to do it. And as soon as he showed me, he was like, oh, that's how you do it. And everything changed. We changed that one piece of information. Changed the whole paradigm, the whole moment. Do you see what I'm saying? Yes.
Based on that whole thinking, is that why sometimes people tends to blame blame themselves or blame whoever person, the parents? Maybe I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah. No, you're not.
Because
That's all of us.
well, you know, I let me do it myself. Let me go into my rabbit hole. I make my mistake. I dig my hole. I slowly climb it out myself. Let me do that. Then I don't have to blame you. So then I take that. I can really relate to what you say, because then I can tell my kids the same thing. Sometimes my husband, when he fell, he run right after it, and you go, oh no, I'll pick you up, and you know, I scrub you off and everything. I go, no, just let him fall down, and let him slowly climb up, because then he know how to climb out of his hole.
Yes.
And I get that mixed up when I got raised by my parents in a way.
Yes.
One would like hold me, one would like let you
Right.
So
Get out there.
So I
Yes.
got confused. And when I now have my children, I know exactly how I want my children to be raised as a human being. Like you, I bear you. That's my responsibility. But then God had probably pick you up and let you be your
Right,
own.
right. And you gotta know, this stuff doesn't come out of a vacuum, right? You gotta know that I asked my mother, what was it like growing up? That's what our therapist said. Go to her, ask her. Don't say a word, just ask her. What was it like growing up? Do you know, as she began to describe her relationship with my grandmother, it was exactly the same relationship that I would have described her with. Everything, word by word. It was like it was me talking about her, but it was her talking about my grandmother being put out, the sexual abuse. You see what I'm saying? No, her mother not being present. All of that. And I wanted to say, Mom, that was you. That's what you did to me, But she said, just be quiet and listen. And immediately I had empathy for my mother because she was a victim first. You get it? So go ahead.
It's the origin stories.
Right. So it didn't come out of a vacuum.
Yeah.
But she didn't see it because this is what she said. Okay, well, I grew up with all of this abuse. I'm not going to do that to my daughter. So she did change some things. I never let men come into the house. So she was focused on, I kept you safe like that. But she didn't keep me safe from her because she was drinking. You see what I'm saying? So she kept them from harming me. But with her drinking, that was harming me. So it didn't come out of a vacuum, but I began to realize, oh my goodness, you were me. And so when I went back to the therapist said, Regina, if you don't make changes, your children will describe you the way you described your mother, the way your mother described your grandmother. You understand? And that's when we said, we got to make changes. I got to make changes in the workplace, okay, because I'm the way I was, and we got to make changes in our home. And I had to make some changes for me because, like I said, I was living in that box, and it's exhausting. It was raising, because it has harmful effects to the body. Living with all that stress raises your blood pressure, okay? It increases heart disease. And do you know that one of the main forefronts of dementia is unresolved trauma? Unresolved trauma. Okay.
And that makes sense because they always go back to childhood and they want that is so interesting.
So you understand? So there are reasons. They're not just for your workplace, but we're talking to you because you all are here. We don't know anybody else. But this is for you, so you can say, let me make some changes. And if you can make some changes, then the people around you will see that, respond to you differently, okay? They don't even know what's going on because you're not saying anything. You're just different. You're responding. When they bring stuff to you, you're not blaming. You should have known. You're not doing that. We'll hold it. You know what? Let me apologize. I didn't show that to you. You're taking responsibility now. Now they know I can make some mistakes. I can come and say I didn't understand it. Your children can come. Your spouse can come and say, this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm seeing. So this is why we're doing it, because.
Alex, did you have a question?
Oh, I just wanted to comment. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's powerful. There's a lot of emerging literature right now about the effect of, they call them ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and how they predispose people later in life to things like heart disease, like hypertension, for example. And so there is a lot of literature now on how, like, the death in the family at a young age, or drug use among family members, how that can affect somebody even down the line. And there is actually they're trying to devise kind of a framework, but the way that I was reading the current literature, because it's still pretty new, they'll basically count. So like it's an additive kind of a correlation. So the more adverse childhood events that you have, which it makes logical sense, right? Then the higher likelihood you have that would affect you later in life, and it would manifest itself like later, like after, even in your 30s, 40s, 50s.
And
So
specifically, Alex is talking about the ACEs score. So you can go
yes.
online and take the ACEs test. So ACEs is called, adverse childhood experiences, and that goes to show like doctors like go through those questions of did you go through sexual assault, physical abuse, were any of your parents incarcerated, etc. And they'll ask you specific list of questions under the category of adverse childhood experiences, and that's a determinant not for mental illnesses, that's psychology side, but physical doctors have that questionnaire because it can say you're going to get dementia earlier, you're going to have chronic health issues, you're going to get this, so that's more of like it causes chronic health conditions. And I actually did a seminar, a United seminar teaching on how to reverse those symptoms and the probability of developing conditions. So there are things you can do to reverse those effects.
And this is really new too. Like the last Surgeon General of California, she had a whole campaign around like getting this word out, and there's like these promo videos online that are like within 4 years old. So it's very, very new literature, and so that's something like I think that's really that informs kind of the way we can tackle these things down the line.
Well, what we're going to do before we go into the next section, let's take a break. About 10 minutes. Let's go stretch your legs, go to the restroom. There's one restroom to the left of us, and there's a restroom right on the other side of this wall.
But I was gonna say we'll take a break. Is everybody okay?
Yeah.
If this is traumatizing, I'll tell y'all a joke. If
No, let's stick to what you do. Let's stay to the right. You said the right. Let's not change it up.
You let the online people know.
Yes.
All right, we're taking a break, folks. Okay, 10-minute break. Okay.
So good.
No, thank you.
Alrighty, we are now live. The mic is.
We're about to get started and go live again, you all.
All right, guys, we are getting started back.
Yes. Okay.
So we'll let everybody get that last look at your phone.
We'll start, we're gonna start our deep dive into section 2, but I'm gonna share a story about us, because one of the things that we're doing, this is, your why model for work, but this is you first discovering yourself. You know what I'm saying? You can become a better leader. You can become a better boss. You can become a better supervisor, a better line leader. But you got to understand who you are first. So that's why we're addressing it the way we're addressing it. We're not addressing it, in terms of, in corporate America, blah, 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 blah. When we do these small sessions, I need to understand who I am so I can go out and deal with my people. When we first got married, we were in our 30s, and so we were set in our ways. You understand? We both knew who we were. And my husband is a pastor, and he's like, I don't want to call him like a zealot but he's true to this thing. He is true. So when he would do these evangelistic crusades every year, we put up a big tent and hundreds of people would come under the tent and hear the message. And he came to me and he was like, honey, I'm gonna do a religious effort, and the devil always shows up. And I'm like, yeah, okay, he's gonna show up, right? So a couple of weeks goes by, and we're in the house, and my husband comes running out of the laundry room, and I'd never heard him scream before, right? He was screaming, ah! It's like, so when somebody you love is running towards you, you tend to think, well, I need to be running. I need to be running too. But I'm in love, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, do I run, or do I run to him, or do I run, love overcomes and I run to him. And I'm like, what is it? What's wrong? What's wrong? And he's like, honey, the devil's in the laundry room. I was like, he is? Hey, what's he doing in there? So, what you gonna fight the devil with? A broom. I got one, okay? I get a broom. I am, we're like in military formation. I'm with the broom. He's got his hand on my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? I'm going in. I open up the laundry room, the utility door, and I'm whispering because, we fight the devil. I'm like, hey, honey, where's the devil? And he's like, he's in the brown paper bag on the floor.
Because the bag was jumping.
And the bag was jumping, y'all. I was like, but I'm thinking, the devil's in the bag. We got him. I'm popping, this bag is jumping. It's coming at me. He goes, get it. Our 8-year-old son comes in. He's like, why are you beating up my fish?
Oh no!
Well, we were gonna eat them. You understand? That just tenderizing them. But me with my, I got a lot of issues with fear. So when he said the devil was, in there, I believed him. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm in, I'm in that mode. And
I was young in the street.
But I'm just saying, we were in our 30s, we were educated people. This man has a master's degree. I'm a physician. But in that moment, do you understand what I'm saying? We were fighting the devil in a brown paper bag. You know what I mean? That's what fear does. We can look back on it now and we can laugh. But I'm just telling y'all, in the moment, that was real. You know what I'm saying? Until our son came in and said, why are y'all, and I'm like, well, when would you put the fish in the bag? He's like, because I'm going to take it over to so-and-so. But, he had caught them, took them out of the water, put them in there, and they were still, flopping. It was very terrifying, you all. That's all I'm going to say. But we made it through. And we have many, many stories like that where, in that moment, you guys could look and say that y'all had to know, but we really didn't know. We were really in that moment thinking the devil's in a brown, bless you, the devil's in a brown paper bag. I don't know how that works, but he's gonna die today. Okay, I am about to do the world a favor. We got him. Anyway, we're gonna get started again. My husband's gonna take it from there.
All right, so on page 5, that's where we are. So now, as we're going through it, you can reflect upon that, write down some responses if you wish, and so forth. So we talk about, again, difficult or life-threatening beginnings. We look at sometimes people are coming with a lot of stress, and they don't have language to talk about it. And at work, strong reactions to authority, heightened stress responses, emotional fatigue after intense interactions. That's what's happening at work when you see that. And so when we reflect on, well, what kind of situations at work feel most stressful for me? What happens at work? Those are the things that you all will look at and kind of write down and then come back and visit it and see, okay, that's it. But let's look at, some of these things that are happening as far as in the beginnings. And then we want to look at abuses more in detail. We want to look at rejection. And I believe rejection is one of the most hurtful abuses for what it does. It says I'm tolerated, but I'm not valued. When we look at it in the workplace and you look at your employees, they're constantly volunteering for extra work. If I'm useful, I won't be pushed aside. If I say no, they may not need me anymore. Difficult saying no to requests. This is how rejection looks like in your organization. If I disappoint them, I could lose my place. I can't risk being seen as difficult. Apologizing excessively. I don't want to upset anyone. I need to smooth things over before they reject me. Checking emails repeatedly for reassurance. Did I say something wrong? Why haven't they responded yet? You get the idea. These are the things that you see in work. So when we look at rejection-driven employees, they're not needy. What do you think they're seeking? They're not needy, but what do you think?
Approval.
Approval, what else?
Attention.
Attention, but what else? To feel a certain way, they're really wanting to feel what?
Appreciate, no.
Safe.
Safe.
They just want to know it's a safe environment. Their issues and the things that they are addressing or they're dealing with and they come to you, they just want to know that, you're not going to fire me. It's safe, and that's the type of environment you all want to create, especially as faith-based operations. You don't want anybody coming into your organization and not feeling safe.
Do you also think, we've addressed this, that people with rejection issues have a issue with always feeling they're not wanted. And so, even in the workplace, am I needed? Am I wanted here? You know what I'm saying? Do I belong here? Because that to me is what rejection really presents. I'm not necessary. I'm not wanted. I grew up, like I said, in a single parent home where I was the child that ruined my beautiful mother's chances of a life. You know what I'm saying? So all my life I was trying to belong, always trying to make sure that, do you see me now? Do you really feel like I belong here now? Do you feel like I have value now? So, rejection is one of the hardest ones to look at. These usually don't want to take vacation or sick time. They realize if I leave, you may realize you really don't need me. You might forget me. avoiding disagreement, because if I push back, on you, I won't belong. It's safer to agree than to risk rejection, needing frequent affirmation. Am I okay here? Do I still matter to the team? Feeling distressed when excluded from meetings. They don't want me involved. I'm not enough. Taking a neutral feedback personally. They're disappointed in me. So, this confirms I'm not good enough. Everything is always feeding that rejection. And the reason why is because when you grow up with that, you look for it and you see it everywhere. You see it everywhere. You could tell me 10 things that are good, but I heard one thing, and that's where I stay. You've been told, oh, this is this, but this over here. And then I'm all conflicted. Oh, I gotta get with this one thing over here. It's exhausting. So, moving on, emotional abuse. Something is wrong with me. Something is wrong with me because you wouldn't be treating me this way if I was good, if I was okay. Workplace behaviors linked to this emotional abuse. Over-explaining every decision that you make. If I explain it all, you can't accuse me.
Guilty.
I need to justify myself. Rereading emails repeatedly. What if this sounds stupid? Did I phrase this the right way or the wrong way? Strong reactions to feedback. If, you gave me feedback, this means I failed. I knew I wasn't good enough. Defensiveness in meetings. I'm about to be attacked. I need to protect myself. Difficulty tolerating mistakes. Mistakes always lead to my shame. I can't afford to be wrong. And this one is, this is where a lot of us live. I can't afford to be wrong. But we are wrong sometimes. We make mistakes. There's nobody in this room from top to bottom that hasn't made mistakes. That's how we learn. But is it safe to make mistakes? Was it safe in your home? Is it safe in your workplace? You know what I'm saying? I have worked in places, I was young then, and everybody was working in nursing home. Everybody there was in their 50s, and I was 19 years old. I'm telling you, those old ladies, and I can say it now, because I'm 62, those women drove me crazy because I was 19, I was full of life. You know what I'm saying? Now they were 50, they were 60, they were on the other end of the spectrum, and I was too much energy and I was too idealistic. And I just couldn't do anything good enough to please those women. It was very, very difficult working for, those women.
It looks like we have a question also.
Oh, someone has a question? Yes.
Carolyn? You have your hand up?
We have to turn on one audio here.
Oh, I'll do it on mine. Oh, Carolyn, can
They may have to, she may have to type that question.
Okay,
And
Carolyn,
we'll read it out loud.
feel free to type out your question or comment because we're having some background noise issues whenever church and all that kind of thing. I mean, I'm wrong.
Your mic is off.
Oh. No, but they can hear me on there.
Right, so just ask Carolyn, hey Carolyn, you can type your question and then we will read it. She can't hear for some reason. She can't hear.
Because we're not saying it.
Can you hear us now, Carolyn? Can you hear us? She can't hear.
Maybe she's mute.
Okay.
Why is that?
Oh, she's on.
Can you hear us?
I don't know what I can do.
So who was talking then?
Carolyn at the top was talking.
Okay. So Carolyn, can you hear us now?
I think so, she's
She's-
smiling.
Okay, tell her to type.
Oh,
Hey Carolyn, can you type your question? Because we're getting a lot of feedback. If you'll type it, then we'll answer it, okay? All right, so let's turn it back off. When we get it, we'll answer you. Difficulty tolerating mistakes. Have you ever worked with people who do not allow mistakes? Like they act like it's the end of the world. Yes.
Not for you, the government. Not you.
Yes, yes. You know what? has to be very trying working in the government.
You guys know how it is.
Yes. Well, I'm not a government person, but I heard you, and I know it can be difficult. Freezing when you're put on the spot. I'm gonna say something wrong. Everyone will see that I'm not competent. Avoiding visibility or leadership roles. If I stand out, you'll be able to criticize me. It's safer to stay in the background. Chronic self-doubt despite competence. They'll figure out I don't belong. I'm just pretending. There are a lot of people with excellent gifts that we will never see because they have been silenced at such a young age. They have so much to contribute. There are people in your workplace that are hidden jewels, that if you would simply lead in such a way that it was safe, your company would be much more productive. You would see the gifts and talents of other people because you're willing to take a step back, because it doesn't have to be me. I mean, I have a team. I had an accountant when I was practicing. I had a lawyer, I had an accountant, I had nurses, I had other physicians. I couldn't do it alone. I could not run that business alone. You cannot do.
A husband and became our nurse.
Thank you, honey. and I'm going to tell you, my husband was a godsend because I am not a numbers. I'm a people person. Just put me in the room. I'm a people person. But in a business, you need somebody who's counting the beans. You need somebody like I'm on the steer of the ship. Go west. But you need somebody saying, wait a second, you got to pull over. We need gas. We need to change the oil. We need to make sure that the certifications are up to date. That's not me. I just want to, hey, how you doing? La 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 la. But he was that person that was like, wait a minute. OSHA requires this. OSHA requires that. Blue Care Network wants this. You need a code for this. You need a code. That wasn't me. And so I had to relinquish some of the things that I thought, I needed to do because I couldn't do them. And I was able to trust, put them in, trustworthy hands. But I'm just saying, a lot of you that are in business are doing so much and you're not effective because you're trying to do everything. You're trying to be everything. And you're losing sight of maybe even why you got started in the first place, really. But if you can have capable people, first you gotta make sure they're capable, and then trust those people that you have brought on, that they're capable. Let them shine. I mean, your light doesn't dim my light, it just makes the room brighter and warmer. Yes, ma'am.
We have a comment that says by Daisy in Zoom chat, the situation that can be stressful is when there is conflict amongst coworkers and tends to try to bring the morale down. I can only be the positive voice for so long before it drains me.
Right? Go ahead. Okay. One of the things, and with my husband, he dealt with this in his church all the time with his board meetings. There were always
his beating board members.
There are always naysayers there. You gotta know what kind of person is always trying to drag it down. Okay. And I'll just, we're not talking about anybody, I'll talk about myself. Grew up, right? Every holiday, I would create conflict. Every holiday, we had our worst, whatever, but it was coming from somewhere. I had horrible holidays growing up. So when holidays came, it was, he's peaceful. Well, I'll just throw a bomb in there. I had to learn it through this. All right, Daisy, I had to learn through this. So what kind of person is always sabotaging meetings? That's somebody that's always felt sabotaged themselves. They have never felt that they could be heard. They've never felt they were safe. They've always been made to feel that they are nothing, that they have nothing to add. And so when they come into these safe places, that's where you see people act up. When we were in this meeting, they kept us in this for 12 hours. We're only keeping you in here for 6. If we stayed in here a long time, every last one of your traumas, they would start coming out. you would see where you would like, they would surface. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we had one person, she was a physician, she was a dentist. I don't know why she didn't like me, but she just didn't. Probably because we were very much the same. This girl came right next to me, bouncing a ball. We're, just like, what is wrong with this crazy woman? Like, why would you come stand next to me and bounce a ball like her? But this is the crazy stuff that came out in this session. They kept us, and they did it that way so we could see it. Because you all are able, you're sitting and you're on your best behavior. But if I kept you in this room 10 hours, you understand what I'm saying?
It ain't gonna be no.
It's not gonna be pretty. You know what I'm saying? If we turn the heat up a little bit, we will see you.
I will walk out.
Right.
I'll be like, I'm a grown woman. I am not.
You're not gonna keep me in here.
That's gonna be my truth.
Right, that's my truth. So I'm just saying.
Daisy sent a laughing face and said, especially if I'm hungry.
Oh,
yes,
Lord.
Yes. So I'm just saying you have to think about where that person is. Why is that person always bringing it down? Yes.
So does that mean that you will need to think of another angle where I can give this person a benefit of a doubt?
What I would suggest in a company situation, I would do a one-on-one with that person. Okay. You can't be a psychologist or a therapist to your workers, but you do have to be an effective leader because it's dragging the meeting down. And so you just have to let them know, listen, when you're in here, this is what I'm seeing and I'm experiencing, and I just need you to pull back a little bit so that we can go forward as a group. So sometimes you just have to address it one-on-one. They're not going to receive it well, but you are the leader. You are the boss. You make the rules. They're working for you, with you, and for you. And you know where you're taking this company. But I'm saying first you've got to be able to recognize, wait a second, okay, I see that. Let me address that, because if you don't, it creates toxicity. You've got people that are leaving. You don't know why you can't keep staff. Somebody there is driving away. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to that. I've had an experience before when I was working at a facility and I was starting off as a caregiver. And beautiful facility, beautiful people, with working with geriatrics. And unfortunately, they had a high turnover rate with caregivers, and it wasn't the caregivers essentially, right? They're absolutely great, wonderful people, and they actually cared about the residents. However, in this case, the management, when we would have group meetings, they weren't effective in addressing the issues or concerns that our staff was voicing and expressing, and calling out and asking for help. And so time after time after time, you would see multiple caregivers that were just so wonderful and bright, full of light, end up dimming and then exiting out. And it was very unfortunate and sad to see, because it started with the person that was supposed to be the safe spot, their safe space, and have the capacity and ability to help change and welcome these concerns and help implement something that would be beneficial for them and a change.
Right.
So, it's very important that our leaders understand how to approach and how, what dynamic they're laying out for us.
Right. And even in medicine, or in law enforcement, where my husband has worked as well, when you experience like a traumatic event, they always have a debriefing. So that people can say what it is, get that out. Everybody can process it, because if you don't, you're carrying that stress. So it's it's PTSD, and most of us function out of PTSD. We don't know it, but we've been traumatized. We've learned how to survive, but we have triggers. We have not lived on the battlefield where there are actual bombs, but we have been blown up with a lot of bombs, and we have managed to survive. We're here. Yes, ma'am.
You trigger something. So I like a lot of documentaries, and I recently watched a documentary on a Nigerian kickboxer named Israel, and he said something that has not left my soul. He said, I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in war.
Wow.
And all I could think about is how many times I came overly equipped to the common spaces just in case something popped off.
Right.
Because I would rather have armor than a toolkit for a garden.
Right. Now, and let's process this. She comes to a garden with her guns and her bombs. She's in the room with us. This is a garden.
My goodness.
How are we responding to her? If she, you understand what I'm saying? That was me. I was always ready. I would walk through a dark alley hoping somebody would jump out.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, like, yeah, just not, I got a lot of anger. You know, honey, nobody bothered me today. I'm gonna walk through it again and see, you know.
Yeah.
I was always right there, but then how are you responding to me? You're responding to my energy. Okay, I got my guns and you like, girl, we just got, you know, we got a little shovel and a little whatever, and you got a grenade and a bazooka. What you here for? Okay. That's the truth, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so I got a bazooka, you got a rake. Okay. Now, you know, of course everybody side-eyeing you, what's she gonna do? What's she gonna do? Now in my mind, they looking at me. Why are they staring at me?
Yeah.
You must think I'm crazy. You know, you see the madness that goes on in workplaces and in families. So I'm always ready. I'm all, you know, like I'm all, like right there. Like I'm like, just say it. I know you got something you want to say. Blah 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 blah. And these people are like, oh, what is wrong with this person?
Right, we just came to pick your berries.
Yeah, we just came to pick some berries, you know, sing kumbaya. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought we were gonna fight. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
We'll go to physical abuse, and when we talk about physical abuse in the workplace, power is dangerous.
Yeah.
And when we look at the behaviors that we see, you know, strong reaction to public correction, I'm being exposed, this isn't safe. In other words, they feel they're being called out. Escalation during conflict, I need to defend myself now, this could get out of control. Anger that feels disproportionate, I'm cornered, I have to push back and hard. In other words, when we see a person maybe in crisis, we don't want to continue to push them into that crisis. We want to just de-escalate that, you know, the best way we can. Rigid control over tasks. If I stay in control, I'm safe. I can't let things get away from me. Resistance to supervision. Authority figures hurt people. I can't trust their power. And sometimes, and we talked about that in the other scenario, they become combative when challenged. In other words, don't question what I'm doing. You know, and that's all because of that history that they have experienced. Sensitivity to raise voices or abrupt tone. This is escalating. I need to prepare myself. And so when we look at the insight, when we see abuse in the workplace, calm, private, respectful authority restores safety. Public power displays and destroys it. So as leaders, and you see these things happening, it's not coming with that same energy, but it's coming more with a calm presence to say, well, you know, obviously something's wrong. Let me understand what you're feeling. That's good. And see that.
Being, having worked in the hospital and the emergency room, and I know, you know, with you being in the medical field, we really are taught that we have to be very calm no matter what. So, you know, I can walk into a crisis and not, you know, I mean, I may be internally responding, but I have to assess, you know, those minutes save lives. You know, you're working in emergency rooms, a patient comes in, they're like, you cannot panic. You cannot, or you can lose that patient, and he knows that. So I've had to learn to walk into the most chaotic places and be very calm so that I can assess things and all that. But inside, you know, it's going off, and if I don't deal with that later or decompress, then I'm bringing that I'm bringing that somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I have to allow myself time to, what did I see? What did I experience? How am I feeling now? And then how do I not take that with me to the next place? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do I not take that home? How do I not take that to my team? So, you know, I've just come out of a real stressful meeting where my boss chewed me out, right? Now I'm going, what do you think I'm doing? If I don't know how to deal with it right, I'm about to go chew y'all out. You know, I gotta get that negative energy off of me. But this will help you recognize, let me take a deep breath. The person I'm talking to had nothing to do with what that was, so let me not give him that energy. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. You know, let me not bring that with me. Let me not give that to my kids. Let me not give that to my significant other. Let me not bring that to church or work. But that's what we do. You know, I'm mad, so I'm about to make you mad. Now, what we learned is, we call it looking for fuel. I would sabotage Christmas because I was looking for fuel to feed my issues. So what he had to learn is I'm not gonna give her any fuel. I'm not gonna give it. So I would come. Okay, that's all you have to say.
Poor honey.
That's all. I just told you this, and all you gotta say is that. But because he wouldn't give me fuel, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Fizzle out.
Self-destruct.
like the wicked witch of the west, just. But we had to learn. I'm not gonna give you any fuel. One of the things he does, we married in our birth order. He's the baby in the family, and I'm the firstborn. I'm the oldest. Okay, so he's the baby. And babies don't let go of nothing. They're gonna chew that, chew, and another thing, and another thing, and another thing. And he's a pastor too, so I'll be like, oh my goodness, just say the benediction. But like he wants to be, he works for God. He's always right. So, if I'm like, nope, I'm living in my truth. I don't care what you say. I'm right, you're wrong, and I walk away. But this man will follow me around all day long. No, blah, 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 blah. You wake me up. Gina, wake up. You know we're talking. I'm like, but I'm not going to give you any fuel. Because he wanted me to, you know what I'm saying? Then he's got his fuel. He could he would sleep his best after I had.
We have someone in the chat.
Yes.
Do you think we can try to troubleshoot and try to unmute?
We can try it.
Okay.
I think if we.
Carolyn, we're gonna try to have you speak. So go ahead and come off mute, Carolyn.
You want me to turn my volume up?
Sure, yeah. Because I think that wasn't giving as many issues with feedback last time, but. Carolyn, can you hear us?
You're on mute, Carolyn. Okay, you're on mute. Go ahead. I know you wanted to comment. Feel free to unmute yourself.
And then go to that.
What I was gonna say.
That's all right.
Well, this is a very intense topic, and I'm from a background of being worked in the probation department, and been working with kids and families who are traumatized. And then myself, to be transparent, I just went through a marriage for 41 years where there was a lot of things going on, and I finally had to leave. So, when you talk about all these different topics and you're talking on Zoom, first of all, that's kind of impersonal already. And then when you can't talk, it's like, well, you can't talk. Right? So I just didn't know if you could hear me, and I was getting, to be honest with you, I was getting frustrated because I thought, well, I didn't know we couldn't talk, and then I'm like, well, okay. So you're absorbing all this information. So I just, I mean, I just put in the chat earlier that I really enjoyed the topic for what you were talking about, but I asked the question, did you have any referrals? Like when people listen to your videos, I mean, listen to your Zoom, whatever, do you have, do you give any referrals? Let me, I have to go on, but hold on just a minute, I have to go on, mute for a minute. I just got a phone call, I'm sorry.
So her question was, do you guys make referrals like to people after the Zoom meetings or this to therapists and such?
Right. We haven't made, but we normally after these, and we're developing this for this area, we have a 22-week recovery where people can be on Zoom and in a group and discuss certain topics week by week. Let me address this, let me address that. So we haven't started the 22-week recovery because this is our first seminar this week with this way with the workplace. But to answer your question, Carol, we don't have any referrals for you in your area right now. Do you hear what I'm saying? Like in Texas, but that's something I will have to look at because we came here from Michigan to do this. And so we do know that we want to start a 22-week recovery, and we will keep you posted because I know you and we work together. So we do want to do a 22-week recovery where once a week, even if it's just for an hour, the folks in this room, if you want to just, hey, listen, this is what I dealt with, and then we can be done with it. Okay, Carol?
She's still on there.
Thank you, that was great.
Okay. We're gonna move on. Sexual abuse, where my boundaries don't matter. Okay. And this is just real talk. I don't have I don't remember my childhood. I have no memory of it. Okay. I can't tell you what I did at 5 or whatever. And that's because of so many different abuses. The only way that my brain could help me survive to be a 62-year-old woman was it just had to cover it. So I can't tell you. So when I meet with my friends and they're like, Regina, do you remember when we did this? I have no memory of that. That is how, and that isn't anything that I did. Like, I know how to throw it out. I know how to throw it out now, but I'm saying to you that as a child, I just learned to disassociate. And a lot of people who come out of sexual abuse, the only way you can tolerate certain abuses is to not be present. You understand? To not be present, and that's just the truth. And so if you're not present, it's happened to you, but you have no memory of it, okay? So if you deal with people who have a poor memory and can't tell you anything about what it was like for them at 8 or 9 or 10, then you know you're dealing with someone that was, severely abused. So, but you have these people in the workplace. You got to put together, you've got a team, and these are the people in your workplace. But to know that means you can empathize when you see things. It doesn't mean that you let them bring I'm the leader. We are the husband and wife in our family. We're the king and queen. Our children are our domain. So we know they're crazy because we raised them. I'm saying we know who they are because they are us. But I'm saying we have to get this family from A to B. You got a company. You've got to take it from A to B to C. It's yours. You had the vision. You know what you want. And so you can't just allow people to come in with their agendas and their traumas and their whatever and run your business into the ground. You've got rules and morals and all of that. And so you have to keep people on task. But now that you know I'm dealing with someone like this, you can deal with them with empathy and kindness and compassion. Okay? It doesn't mean that you've got to figure out their problems and what was it like for you growing up? No, I'm running a business. Okay? But I can empathize and know that, listen, I understand you've got some problems, but listen, this is what we're going to need in this setting. When you're here, this is what I need to see. And that's all. Okay? And if you can't get on with my agenda, well then it's not a good fit. It's just not a good fit because I'm running a company. I'm a physician. I can't, I had a a nurse that when she started, her husband would keep showing up, watching, and you know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. I'm very sorry that you have some issues at home, but I'm not a man, but I'm gonna go get one, okay? And he's gonna tell you, you gotta leave, you got to go home. But my husband knows, you know, I got some anger issues out here, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just telling you, you can't let that kind of stuff come into your workplace, okay? But I immediately knew, okay, we got some problems here. So sexual abuse means anxiety when a supervisor requests private meetings. I don't want to be alone with this man. You know what I'm saying? Like if you, especially with men, you do have to be cognizant when you're dealing with women. You just do. I tell my husband all the time, you have this presumption of safety that we women can't afford to have. We have to know who's in the room with us. We have to know that. If I'm walking at night, if you're walking behind, I'm thinking, okay? I'm thinking. You would walk with confidence. But I'm a woman. I don't have the strength that you have. And so, but also, you know, when you're dealing with women, your tone, how you stand over that woman, that says a lot. You know, I know men that have some real control issues by how they talk to me, how close they come when they're tall. You know what I'm saying? And so what I have to do is when they come close to me, I go right close to them. And I stand right there. You know, do you know what I'm saying? But that's because I know now. But before, I was just like, why are you all up on me? You know what I'm saying? I'm uncomfortable. But I had to learn how to survive. And so I know men that have issues with control and, you know, that are, you know, like to physically abuse women. And all of us women, we know. Y'all may not know. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to tell my husband sometimes, you gotta watch that person there. They have some issues. We can feel we can feel it, okay? And my husband's had some issues. I don't know what it is, but older women.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, older women, like, I want him. One time this woman was, anyway, okay. You know, okay, he's like, moving on. Moving on. But I'm just saying, you know, a lot of times women have, because of his kindness and all of that, like, I want that. You know, and I've been in the room with him and another woman came and I was going to leave and he said, don't leave. I'm like, what? You can't take her? No, I don't want that woman is crazy something. Okay, I got you, honey. Anyway, let's move on. Painful experiences and the amygdala, okay? Remember, the amygdala is the body's alarm system. That's telling you something is wrong, something is wrong.
That's page 7 in your book.
Page 7. So the amygdala reacts quickly to a perceived threat or something similar. Prefrontal cortex tells me, let me think for a second, let me regulate. The neocortex means help me understand and put this in context. Here is one of the things that we dealt with early on in our marriage. When I was a little girl, we were in a bad neighborhood. People would shoot, and one time they shot through our apartment. My mother was terrified. We went into the closet. My mother used me as a shield. Okay? Now, what you think I'm thinking? I'm 8 or 9. Okay? I am in front. So if the bullet came through, it's going to get me. Now, you advance 30 years. I'm married now. This man forgets to lock the door.
Now hold it. You have a home. You have a door that goes to the garage. And then you have a door on the outside of the garage. And the door on the kitchen, or whatever that room is that exits to your garage, is normally not locked. But the garage is locked. So, you know, The garage was locked. So I went to work.
I got up and that door was unlocked.
Not the garage, just the kitchen door.
Okay.
Normally unlocked.
Plead your case, honey.
No.
Okay. But the door was unlocked, you understand? So in that moment, it wasn't that garage door that was unlocked and that made me unsafe. What was it?
The kitchen door.
That my mother using me as a shield, bullets are going off, and I'm the one that's gonna catch the bullet. And to me, it was the end of our marriage. I called that man, are you crazy? What kind of man would leave his wife in a house unsafe and normal? He grew up in a 2-parent home in the suburbs with a father that's 6'3" or 6'4" and a mother that's 5'2", a father that's very protective. Me, none of that. You understand? So I'm responding. I'm angry. I'm feeling unsafe. But to me, it was the end of our marriage because I'm thinking, what kind of man would leave the door unlocked? It didn't matter to me. There was a door that wasn't locked. And we would fight over this all the time. To this, now listen, this is what he has to do because he knows I got issues. One, he does not say, well, you just deal with it. He knows I have a wife that grew up as a child in a very unsafe environment. So let me make sure that the windows are closed and locked. The doors are closed. Do you understand? That's what understanding does, okay? Let me make sure everything is locked. Now, if he had said, you just deal with it, that's a deal breaker for me. You understand? Now I know, what am I thinking? I'm with somebody that can't keep me safe and doesn't want to keep me safe. But in his mind, he grew up with a father, looming large military man. He never had to negotiate all of that. But that doesn't mean that's my experience. Now, if he had said, well, why would you feel unsafe? Isn't this the stuff that why do you feel that way? Well, I feel that way because I feel that way. I didn't grow up like you grew up. I didn't have a father in the house that made me feel safe where I could sleep. I was alone most of the time. As a little girl, my mother would be gone for weeks at a time. I'm living in the house by myself. The door is unlocked. The door is unlocked, honey. Okay, the door is unlocked, and I'm listening all night as a young child to see who's coming in. That's a horrible thing to be.
So, Pastor, every December, that's what you'll get, huh? That's the bomb shit going there.
So do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. I always felt unsafe, and so safety is everything to me. If you can keep me safe, if I know you're protective, those are the things that appeal to me. But if I feel you're weak and, look, I'm in a room with you and no, I've already lost respect for you. I'm already not, you can say whatever you want to say to me. I'm listening, but you can't reach me. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay? You want to say something or you?
Well, just really quickly, you have shared your story regarding the situation of your childhood with your mother and then the door being unlocked. And, it triggered something my mom grew up in a very traumatic household. She's experienced, a lot of different things. So she had a very hard upbringing, didn't have her parents, grew up with her great-grandmother, as well as other family members or relatives that were living in the great-grandmother's home. Generational alcoholism on both sides of the family, mother, father. And so anyway, my mom always felt the need to, be secure or safe. So she's always locking the door. She's always making sure this. She's like overly protective, like what you would call like I forget what it's called, like a helicopter parent.
Yes.
But yet not really. And so I have my own children, and my son actually, my two oldest children actually experienced some very traumatic things as well growing up. And so I noticed that, my mom will be the one locking the doors and making sure, but also my son. So my son will run, get go through all the windows, make sure all the shades are drawn, and locks all the doors, make sure he's everybody in here. He's like the security guy. And for me, I grew up. I also had a very tough childhood and experience. And so when I did have my father present in my life, my father was very a protector. So he was made me feel very secure. Safety, priority. I never had to worry about anything with my dad. And so we'd leave the door would be wide open, the windows would be open, because ain't nothing gonna happen here, so, not on his watch. And so now in my own home, I'm kind of, half and half, like I have the windows open at times, I got the door open, and then I'm like, all right, well, it's time to lock up, so I kind of designated the role to my son, hey, make sure that everything's locked up, and I don't have to check twice because I know he's got it. But the different backgrounds and the different experiences, the different traumas, that are associated with the window being open, in the nighttime, and God forbid something's gonna happen. But I mean, the other day it was New Year's, and my mom told my son, don't ride outside, don't ride the bike outside, because they're, shooting guns and all this stuff. Within the 5 minutes, he did go outside, he did ride his bike, and he came back. The neighbor, you just walking distance from us, somebody had shot, a gun. The gun went off. The bullet went into her bathroom, right next to her bedroom. And so my mom said, "You see why I tell you, and everybody's like, yeah, because you're always bugging." But there's a reason to certain things. But at the same time, there's so much trauma and so many associations with everything. It's like, it's so much, right?
Right.
But those little things, the door, unlock the window, it's like it triggers something from maybe what the past experience was,
And when we're dealing with people, because everything is a relationship, if you let people close their windows, like let me just, if you let me close my windows, I can be present with you if you let me close my windows, like be my true authentic self. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's safe for me to say what I have to say and it's okay. Now that's never gonna be in a workplace. You know what I'm saying? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so you mentioned work, and I have an experience with one of my front desk. That was a couple of years ago. We hired this gentleman. He works. I have a downtown, Riverside downtown here, and next to us is it's a ramen restaurant. So he works there, and then all of a sudden one day I didn't see him work. I said, "Well, what happened?" He said, "I got fired." Right? The poor guy, because he's young, 25, really good looking, and I said, "Well, maybe." And I didn't even bother to ask why he got fired, right? I figure there's so many kids going on, and it's a nice guy, always sitting there and very polite, greetings and everything. And I said, I may have part-time job for you as my front desk for a nail spa, because this guy can talk, right? he can bring women in.
Smart.
Yeah. So I figure, I go, wow, at least I can have his help. Maybe help me. And so 2 months into the work, him and another front desk, and they're all part-time, they are young, 21, 25, they're in a spat. Because that one time the young gal have to check out, and we have a petty cash of 300. So the next day, it got short. But she didn't pay attention. So then she assumed whenever they exchange a shift, they would count. So her midday is her day to exchange. So when she counts to him, because he's working in the afternoon, now today he's closing. Yesterday she's closing. So they're $60 short. They come to me and I go, So I kind of track back and I go, okay, who worked before, who worked now? And he said, I inherit $60 short from Alice in the morning. I said, okay, well, then we said, okay, let's see the next day when Alice come in, we're gonna have a talk. So then my husband looked at the camera, right, and we noticed that on the day Alice is working, she closed already, but right before she closed, sorry, his name is Jerry too.
Oh.
It's not me.
Jerry.
I have to pause.
Good job.
Jerry come in, cause he always almost closing, 5 minutes to closing, cause he's the guy next door. Remember, he get ramen, even though he's not working anymore, but he knows people. So he came in, he talked to Alice, blah, 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 and then Alice closed out, and then Alice go, I have to go, and he said, well, I have keys, cause they both do. And so it's not his day to close, but he stayed over since we know each other. So he left 10 minutes after Alice supposed to close, right? So we see the camera, and we don't know what happened when they both at the front desk, the blockage view. I didn't see anything. So then we said, okay, there's something wrong here. This is a moment. You're not supposed to be here. But you're here, and you're here after closing. So what are you doing here? He go, oh, well, I went to use the restroom, and I told Alice, you can go and I can close out. So Alice go, for sure, I know I have 300, but I don't know what happened when I come in the morning, it's short. And so and then he said, it's not me who's stealing, everything. So finally we found out. We have a sit, and we told, if we ever see any trace at all, any of you, then you immediately got fired.
Yes.
So in the end, he kind of like given, so he feel bad. So he said, I'm sorry, I really needed that 60 to pay whatever, but I can give it back for you tomorrow. So my husband and I said, okay, that's nice of him, we'll do that. And I really want to have a job for him. But then he was like, honey, do you feel safe? Do you, for this, I mean, he break the trust. Do you really feel the safety of all this? He has a key, and we don't have an alarm system, but we have cameras. We have a sensor. Whoever comes in, it ding us. Then I go, yeah, you're right. Even though I really like him,
Right.
but the trust is broken.
It's gone. Right.
So
And to
it's
be
hard.
honest, then you're not safe. You're not. I mean, I know we want to be understanding and we want to help people, but you're not a therapist. You're not running a therapy session. You're running a business.
A charity.
You're not. You're running it. I actually, my most trusted partner embezzled $500,000 from my company. Okay. My most trusted, I loved him like a brother, he's passed away, but I'm just saying I never knew it until the very end. I just, I couldn't, we're going through the system, blah, 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 we couldn't figure it out. By the time I figured it out, it was actually one of my malpractice insurance person who called and said, I think your manager is stealing from you because he keeps, do you know you haven't paid me in a year? And I was like, oh, what? He says, you haven't paid your premiums in a year, and within a week, everything just broke. He hadn't been paying the IRS, he hadn't been paying this, but because he was in that position of trust, he was able to tell people, oh, well, Dr. So-and-so is experiencing a few problems over here, she's gonna make it right, and because I've been in business 20 years and they knew me, they trusted me, I'm paying them every month, and so, okay, she hasn't paid me in 6 months, and he said, but I think he's stealing from you because this is what my partner did to me. He says, and he says, so I'm calling you at home. He says, so I'm calling you at home. He said, you didn't know that? So he made off with $500,000, and then, after sitting with my corporate attorneys, he sat down and he said, I'm gonna ask you to walk away from it. And I said, why? He said, because you have a medical practice. He said, and you don't know what he has done in your name.
Oh.
You understand?
Yes,
Like,
yes.
what has he done in your name that can come back to you?
Oh.
I would suggest you get rid of him and move on. So we had to do that. We had to swallow that because we couldn't recover it because you're in medical practice. Can you imagine the probability? All the things. Okay, with the IRS. With our 401k plan. All of these things. I'm the fiduciary. Okay, it doesn't matter if he made off with it. I'm at the end of the day.
Because you trusted him.
Yeah,
exactly.
My guy, we end up find out on the grapevine that he is on drugs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then that's when we made a decision because these habits will continue, and we don't know when he's gonna attack again.
Right.
And so
Or have access to everything.
yes.
Right.
Front desk, all the files of clients is on there. Everything. So we got. And in the end, it was tough.
Right, right.
He made commotion with other staff members, so he went back and kind of retaliate with Alice because she's a whistleblower in a way. She told us that he's doing weed or whatever down the alley in the back, and I was like, okay,
right. And as we go on. We're going to share with you some of the things that you see in people with that kind of behavior. Like people who have a problem with honesty usually will rob you blind. I don't know how else to say it. That old saying, scratch a lie, find a thief. People who you deal with that are always lying. They're always being dishonest. You're always I thought you said you're going to do this, or I thought you said you're going to be. I thought those are the kind of behaviors that you may want to take a moment of pause. I can't trust this person to do what they said they were going to do. I'm just telling you. That's so when you see it. I know we want to help people most of the time. I want to give them a chance. I want to do this, and even with my business partner, I saw something once. But I didn't want to believe it. I sat with a person that came in and who used to pay cash, and he had sent a bill to her, and she had saved every receipt, and immediately he was like, okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. He wanted to move it on. That was the tell right there for me. I mean, I just didn't catch it. I'm thinking, oh, well, that's only $300-$400 that, he's messed up. Not that he's stolen, but just that he said that she hadn't paid, but she had paid, but I didn't go through it. Then that means where did the money go? Because I've got to relate. He's a partner. You know what I'm saying? I'm trusting him. He's invaluable. He's indispensable, but he was robbing me blind. And he was a person that he had a problem with being dishonest. So we're going to move on to needs not met. I'm going to summarize this one thing, and that is this. Erik Erikson was a German-born American developmental psychologist and psychoanalyst, best known for his theory of psychosocial development across the lifespan. Trained in psychoanalysis and influenced by Sigmund Freud, he expanded Freud's work, okay? He argued, this is what he argued, he said, from infancy through late adulthood, each characterized by a central psychosocial challenge such as trust versus mistrust, integrity versus despair. He argued that these challenges are not confined to childhood, but continue to shape personality, behavior, and relationships throughout life. His work was groundbreaking in that it framed development as a lifelong process. He also helped to explain early experiences and how it influenced patterns of trust, autonomy, initiative, competence, identity, connection, contribution, meaning, all of it. I grew up, I could not count on the people who were supposed to take care of me. My needs were not met. There were times I was left alone with no food in the house, and the electricity had been cut off. And so back then we had gas stoves. I would heat the house by turning the gas, the gas stove on. So You advanced now, I'm gonna tell you, y'all may think there ain't no food in the house, but there is, cause I've hidden it. You may think we broke, cause we not, cause I've hidden it. You understand? I had to learn, how do I survive if my needs are not met? That means I have to store some things, okay? So if you got kids that hide food, you know, they're doing it for a reason. Or you got somebody that's always squirreling this way, away over here, that means I don't know if I'm gonna eat tomorrow. And since I don't know if I'm gonna eat tomorrow, let me save a hot dog, or let me put a hot dog in my purse, because I don't know, okay? So moving on, left side of our little model that you had seen, and the left, these kind of things make you more suspicious of people, hypervigilant, more shameful. I can I do this without being embarrassed? If this makes you fearful of mistakes, you're always over-checking yourself. This makes you hesitate about taking steps in business. One of the worst business decisions that I made. Now, do you guys see these physicians that come to your home?
Yes.
Okay.
All the time.
All the time. When I was in Michigan in the early 90s, I was the only physician doing home visits. The only one. But I'm a first generation college graduate. I don't have anybody. I'm second guessing myself. But at the time, somebody came to me and said, you ought to hire a medical doctor, you ought to hire ear, nose, and throat, you ought to hire a dentist. But I was terrified. I had, look, I just got to this place, okay? I just got to this place. But had I had the courage to do it, y'all wouldn't even see me, because I'd be a millionaire right now. Okay. But I mean,
we'll be working for your franchise.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it had taken so much energy to get to that place. I was terrified to make the next step of opening up a full-fledged a total physicians group where every specialty you need, because we were visiting. I had over 1,000 nursing homes. And they kept asking me, do you know what I'm saying? Do you have a doctor that does this? Do you have a doctor that does that? That's where I was. But I was terrified to take the next step because I was second guessing myself. I don't have the capability. I'm just a little old woman, you know what I'm saying? I grew up in the 60s. I'm not even supposed to be in this room, okay? I never thought I should have been in the room in the first place. So I made apologies for even being in the room. And I walked away from what God was really trying to give me because I was too doggone scared to embrace it. It was just too much faith. But people he was giving me signs. I'm sure some of y'all get signs all the time, but you choose to, let me just let that voice be quiet. But he kept saying, hire another doctor, do this, do that.
You know, can I share something on that?
Yes.
Go ahead first, finish.
Nope, that's it, go ahead.
So I got this contract about 2 years ago from a health plan that has health groups, an IPA, right? Mm-hmm. So 2 years later, we signed this contract to go through the lab because I'm realizing, this can't go. And I'm knowing God opened up my doors, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm saying, this can't be for me. This got to be to the lab. Like, what am I going to do? I can't do a Medicare, all these things. So the lady calls me back end of December. She says, Jared, I got a need. What the heck is going on with this contract? Make a long story short, we signed this contract with like about 14 different health groups, different health groups. It's an IPA that is under them. Senior Doc is one of them. If you guys know Senior Doc, it's owned by Geis Medical, which is a doctor that is going nationwide.
Is that from Whittier? Is he the one from Whittier?
No, he's from Orange County.
Oh, okay.
But they're in Arizona, they're in Texas, they're in Tennessee, they're all over. And so I get this contract, and I'm just like blown away. Last night I'm like signing about 8 of them because my fingers are really tired. I'm letting through them right, and I'm just like, you know what? I'll just finish it today. But knowing the season that we're in, right? Knowing that God is opening up these doors, that I'm thinking, and I knew that when God showed me on site, He had showed me I'm walking through a door, literally showed me, I'm walking through a door, and this door is in a hallway full of doors. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yes.
It's crazy that you share that story, because I'm thinking, right, the whole home visits and these providers and wound care doctors and all these different people that are like blowing up.
Right.
It's just insane.
And you know, you want to, but it's like, do I
Right.
Yeah.
am I good enough to be in that room? Am I smart enough to be in that room? You know,
And I'm not.
right. And you know, I'm just saying.
But it's a total God. Yeah.
But you are.
Yeah.
Because the door has been opened.
Yeah.
So since the door is open, you got to go in the room. And I'll tell you another thing. You know, I'll tell you another thing about God. You know, we always want to qualify people before they go, but God sends you and then He qualifies you. He'll put you in the room with kings and queens, and you are just a little old pauper. You know what I'm saying? But that's how God works. He'll send you to be with great people, and you're like, why are you putting me in this room? Why are you making me speak before kings and queens? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly
So we always like, I need to get an education, I need to get a degree, I need to take a few more classes, I need to do a few more seminars, I need to do blah, blah, blah. And God is like, no, just go. Just go. I'll put you in the room. Right. All right. So anybody want to say something?
Okay. Can I share something?
All right. So listen, this is what.
She said, yeah, she does want to share something.
She's on the roll.
Go ahead, girl. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is back in the day. So I was a choir conductor for 15 years, but I'm always a children choir conductor. You know, it's like little small minions. You know? and then all of a sudden, over here, the main church choir, they had about like 30 members. He just got ill. And nobody replaced him. And he go, John, let me go there. And he go, no. I'm just a little kid taking care of the minions here. I have like 15 kids under 10. So I got scared. And then I go, I'm not qualified. So then before, and then after that, the kid can say, just go up to the podium. Just, you know, see them as like flies. And they go, oh, no, they're not flies. They're going to eat me up. They're going to have all these fingers pointing at me. And then so I go, okay, can you give me 2 years? They don't have 2 years. Okay, give me like 2, I'm going to go put myself through a workshop. So then I did. And then through 2 workshops, I learned how to refresh my music, get conducting classes, workshops, all this from different people. And before I go in, I go, Pastor, I need to take care of this choir here, but I feel like I'm not qualified. So I need to get myself really up to par. And they need me at my church. So it's about 1 year, because I go in and out. And I keep apologizing. I go, aunties, uncles, I'm still learning, okay, so can you just bear with me? You know, I may make mistakes certain places. I may not be confident enough to stand up there and kind of give you directions, what to sing. And so 1 year goes by, and then all of a sudden I evolved, and then 1 year comes to 5 and 10 and 15 years I standing in that one. And I said, God, why did you put me there? I don't like it. I honestly don't like it, because I was forced to go up there, and it just 15 years.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yes.
So I'm done, but I say, God, I'm done. So send me next mission.
Right.
So I'm teaching right now.
That's so good.
So I'm sure we can all look back and think about some opportunities that we've lost because we hesitated. Because had I not hesitated, you all would be knowing about my home health, my physician home group. I mean, you know, my traveling physicians, because I would have started it back in 1991, 92. And that would be, and you know what, my prayer was always, I wanted to be the Pearl Vision of podiatry. That was my prayer, and God was trying to give it to me, right? But I was too scared. But that's okay, all right? Because even though God closes, you know, no, He doesn't even close it. Even though I close that door, you know, Lord, I'm too scared, I'm not ready. he keeps going. He's got us on different plans. Okay, well that was plan A. Let's try B. Well, I'm on Z.445. You know what I'm saying? I'm on. He's like, oh, let's change that plan. But in the end, we end up where we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
So 3 key brain systems. Okay. Here it is. We're going to address the lie at our core. Okay, and this is what forms the character of a child in their formative years. The lie at our core is I have no value and I have no worth. That is the lie. All of this stuff that we're talking about, the foundation that we built, and we're going to be pivoting from this, whether it was physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, this has all created a lie in us, and that lie is I have no value and I have no real worth. Therefore, I can't speak loud, I can't jump out there and be successful, I can't do this, I can't do that. Because I have this one little thing that keeps telling me, no girl, you can't do it. No, you're just that little girl that nobody wanted. No, you're this. I'm talking to myself all the time. I'm fighting with myself, but I'm still going forward. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still fighting. So as a result of my fears and all of that, if I don't protect myself, something bad will happen. And once these experiences are formed, the next driver is fear. So fear is not panic, fear is anticipation.
And let me just say it, at the base where we have these prenatal influences, they're creating negative conclusions that now create the fear that set one up to go on the left side of this model. And that's what we're going to go through now.
Right. So we're going to go through it quickly. Fear is just anticipation. If I don't do this, something bad is going to happen. But I've actually living in my truth. Like, let me see if anything going to happen. And when it doesn't, I'm like, oh, I should have done that I should have done that a long time ago. It'll ask what could go wrong, how do I prevent that, how do I stay safe. In the workplace, fear often operates below awareness, okay? Fear shows up at work like this. I need to watch everything that's happening. I can't miss a signal. If I let my guard down, something's going to go wrong. I can't afford to relax here. I'm looking in the room. I'm judging the tone. Is it safe today? Are they upset? Strong reactions to uncertainty. I don't know what's coming. Uncertainty means danger, avoidance of difficult conversations. This could blow up. I don't know where this conversation is going, so let me try not to have it. Over preparing for simple tasks. Simple tasks. Over and over in my mind, did I do it right? Because if I don't get it right, I'm going to pay for it. Preparation is protection. Leadership inside fear does not make people lazy. Fear, and this, you've got to understand, fear shuts down your thought process. It just does. He knows that, you know that. When you are working in an environment, when you become terrified, you cannot think. You cannot think. So that is why one of the things God says is, I am not in fear, I am only in love. Because if you're afraid, you're not thinking right. If you're afraid or stressed, your frontal lobe shut down. You cannot make decisions when you are fearful or extremely stressed. You just cannot. You cannot. So this is why you have to start looking at this. Fear always leads to a decision, but it is usually a bad one. Okay? Common fear-based decisions at work, I don't trust anybody here, okay? Because trusting gives you power over me. I'll control what I can, because if I can't control it, it's uncertain. So if I'm walking in a room, I need to know all of it. Because if I don't know all of it, it may jump off over here. I'll stay visible. Visibility attracts attention. Attention attracts, I'll stay invisible. I'm sorry. Because if I'm invisible, attention brings danger. But if you don't even know I'm in here, I don't have to deal with it. I'll outperform everybody, because if I outperform everybody, they're not going to get rid of me. I don't need anyone. I only need myself, okay? Leadership insight. These decisions are not about ego. This is what people have to do to survive, you all. This is what people are doing every day.
So then as a result of that, we have outcomes that lead into techniques. How do we deal with things. This is how I make my decision to work. Once a decision is made, people develop these techniques, and these are repeated behaviors that enforce safety. In other words, what am I doing to make it through? What have I developed so I can survive today? And some of these things are not random. They are brilliant short-term solutions to fear. So when we look at it, one of them can be perfectionism, obsessing over details. If I don't miss anything, I won't be criticized. Mistakes are dangerous. Difficult delegating. Others might mess up. I can't afford that. In other words, we are now developing a way that I stay safe and the work gets done, but I'm not allowing my other employees to really benefit and go forward. So we go to workaholism, and we all have been there before. If I slow down, I'll be exposed. We've all said rest is risky, difficult taking time off. Identified, tied to productivity. My worth is my output, so I gotta keep working. And we get burned out. And then, we've seen this before when it's control and micromanaging, monitoring others closely. So if I don't watch it, it won't go wrong. I can't trust outcomes. Resistance to flexibility. Change introduces risk. Predictability equals safety. Difficult accepting other methods. Their way could fail. In other words, we don't trust our employees. It has to be done this way. And so we're not allowing people to live out their God-given talents, which really decreases productivity because it burns out the leader. And then one of the techniques is anger and defensiveness, sharp responses to feedback. I was in a position where I was the second in control, and my president felt that I was a threat because I would caution him about, hey, if you do such and such, such and such, we can be liable for that. Well, he just didn't like me to even say that. Just kind of like, he wanted to do what he wanted to do. And so it became tiresome to me to lead from the second chair. But if I don't stay principled, then the organization can falter in on certain ways. But ultimately, I paid the price for it because he got rid of me, because he was threatened just because I would just say, look at this. At the end of the day, listen, you're the boss, and whatever, decision you make, I'll stand with you in public. But he was not allowing just a conversation behind doors. And so as leaders, when your employees come and make suggestions, you don't always have to dismiss it, but just listen. You say, you know what, that could be a good idea, let me ponder over that. And as you go through that process, at certain times you're going to have to allow some of those suggestions to come to light, so the employees feel valued, that what they're saying makes sense.
And just a little up close more in your relationships at home or whatever. Sometimes we just don't want to hear it, but sometimes we need to hear it for change. So it isn't just in the workplace. A lot of times he would come to me and I would read it. It was constructive criticism, but to me it was just criticism. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't want to hear it, but he needed me to hear it because there was we call it a refrigerator on my toe. Can you get that thing off my foot, please?
I like that.
With my husband here, you have to explain to him how is that refrigerator on your foot bothering you? Okay, well you already took my anger from 0 to 1 because I got to explain to you why that refrigerator is on my toe and why it's hurting. You understand? So I'd rather just fight. Okay, but he wanted to know. Well, how does that refrigerator on your toe make you feel? I don't want to talk about it. I just want you to remove it. Okay. So when people are coming and they're saying to you, listen, this kind of hurt me or whatever, give them a moment. Let them say what they gotta say, you know. When you said that, whatever, give people the bit, okay, well, I didn't realize that. One of the things we had to learn is, if thinking about it, well, if I'm thinking about it, if I were you and you were me, I probably would feel the same way too.
You all can write that down.
Yeah.
If I were you and you were me, I'd feel that same.
That will get you out of a lot of things. You know what? I hadn't thought about it. If I were you and you were me, I probably would feel the same way. Let me just apologize. It goes a long, long way. It just does. And we had to learn to do that. As a matter of fact, now we do it to make a point. If I were you, if you were me, I would feel the same way.
We're gonna have to write that down. That's just gonna be
okay. Okay. So we pay prices when we do this. Here's the biggest price we pay. We lose relationships. We lose relationships. And it costs. You're burned out. I am so tired of being in that box, you all. I am so exhausted. I am tired. I am burned out. I don't have any energy now because I'm so tired of living in there. I'm running on E. I'm always tired. I'm distant from people. Work feels lonely. The house feels lonely. You know what? My creativity is reduced because I'm tired. I'm burned out. There's dysfunction in the house or in the workplace or in the team because it's coming from me. It's coming from me. So leadership insight organizations often reflect techniques and then wonder why people burn out. And that's really the truth. We develop all kinds of techniques. Here's the biggest ones: drinking, gambling, pornography, right? These are things that we use to numb pain, okay, I just need a glass of wine again. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying if you find out you're lingering there too long, you're trying to numb some pain. Okay.
The next stage of the why is, we start minimizing how we survive the price. It's not that bad. Everyone's stressed. This is just part of the job. And then we go to disowning it. So not only do we minimize what's happening, then we just cast it off. It's not my fault. And leadership made me this way. The system is broken. And then we just outright deny it. There's nothing wrong. I'm fine. Other people are the problem.
You're the problem.
Yeah.
If I was you and
you were me,
I still won't go back.
Write that one down.
Put Misha next to it.
Oh boy.
So when you look at denial, really, it's not dishonesty. It's fatigue plus fear. Because we're afraid.
So that is the left side. You guys have it on page 7, but it's on the screen there too. That's the whole left side. And this is, I know it's on your, I think it's
that one, right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. And this is the negative side of what fear and all of this
So on page
does.
11, that's where we are, on page 11.
Yeah, but the visual is on page 7.
Yeah,
the visual for you, and we're working from this.
On page 3.
So that's just an overall picture of the process, but we're looking
Got it.
right now on page 11.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, you all, because we are done at 4, but we're just gonna take like a 7 to 10 minute break, and then we're gonna bring it home, and we're not gonna stay in this, you know what I'm saying? Because I know everybody's like, dang, I am jacked up. I got problems, but I'm letting you all know there's hope. Okay, we just needed to peel back the layers of this onion. And what we learned is when you peel back that onion, there are going to be tears because onions make you cry.
Unless you put it underwater first.
I know. So we're going to take like a 7 to 10 minute break, you all. Let's see, it is 2:51, so we'll come back here at 3:01, and then we're going to be bringing it home, okay? All right, if anybody got any questions. now,
Wait,
folks?
let me open it so this don't.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing. That's exactly what
But
happened.
10 of the 30%.
She's making those 2,000.
All right, we're going to come back. And I know this has been, it's a lot, isn't it? But there's hope. Now, what we're gonna do is this, we've been dealing with this left side, and this side always leads to self-defeat.
And we're gonna still stay on this left side, just to understand.
Left brain.
Left, yeah.
Just to understand that when we're in this cycle, and we're on this left side, when we don't have knowledge, we just keep repeating the cycle.
Right.
We just keep, and we're gonna talk about what happens when we're repeating that cycle before we get to knowledge.
Right.
And all today, you're receiving knowledge to help us all understand how to stop going in that circle. But let's talk about that circle just for a minute.
Right. So, regression to the weakest point. Listen, you all have seen some of your behaviors. You're recognizing some things that have happened
Just
in your
look on the screen real
childhood.
quick.
If you want to see,
It's a delay.
Yeah. My husband created this little red circle. He's been proud of this thing for a
I know,
long.
I'm over here looking like.
Right. When I'm depleted, I always go back to my weakest place. I just do. So when you are tired, you're exhausted, you're frustrated, you're always gonna go back to. So when I'm tired, that door being left open bothers me more than it would if I'm not tired. You know what I'm saying? So when you're rested, you can reflect, but when you're exhausted, you regress. So when you are tired, you always go back. Regression doesn't mean failure. It just means the nervous system is saying, I don't have the energy to think through this, and I need relief now. That's all it's saying. So it reaches, once it's reached, what it'll do is it'll numb. So the brain will reach for whatever once worked. It's always trying to numb its pain, quiet its fear, or restore control, okay? So remember that the law of the mind is always in peace.
And this is important to remember, and you have it in your booklet as well.
With every period of exhaustion, there's a corresponding period of depression, and that always takes you to your weakest point. So if you're tired, you're depressed. And if you're depressed, you're always going back to your weakest point. And a lot of us live in that cycle all the time. I have no energy. Why am I always down?
So do you understand when we say you go to your weakest point, do you understand what that means?
That weakest point might be
whatever you numb the pain with, whatever you do, whatever it is that you just
Give up.
You just block, you just space out. You just
Whatever
that is.
Mine looks like a bowl of ice cream, a key piece of key lime pie, a Snickers bar, and a bag of chips. That's what I do to numb my pain. Okay.
Key lime pie is so real.
So as they say, I will stress eat. I won't drink because there are too many alcoholics in my family.
Yeah.
But I will devour. You know what I'm saying. So, sudden irritability or emotional reactivity, I don't have the capacity for this. Everything feels like an attack. I just need to be left alone. So you withdraw from your team and relationships, all or nothing. I've dealt with that in the past. My husband always says, you throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yep, baby gotta go too. So, return to the old coping habits. This will calm me down for now. I just need to get through tonight, okay? Numbing behaviors, I need to stop the pain, even if it's temporary. I just need to stop it. But these are the tricks. This is what we go through all the time. So I'm using alcohol. I'm thinking it'll make me relax. I'm using drugs. This will quiet my mind down. I'm using compulsive sexual behavior because it makes me feel wanted. And it does for a moment, but it always leaves you empty. It just does. Pornography, this gives me an escape, but I don't have to be present with anyone. Binge eating, this comforts me. This gives me control. Excessive screen time or gaming, I don't have to think. I can disappear. Work as a numbing. Overwork, if I stay busy, I don't have to feel. I don't have to think. I don't have to face those things. Now, an important leadership line, these behaviors are not about pleasure, you all. These behaviors are about pain management. So if you look at it in that light, okay, we're not dealing with, this is, you know, this is what I'm doing for me. This is how we numb our pain, okay? You think about it like that, maybe you can look at it with a little bit more compassion. Why numbing works and why it costs so much. Well, yeah, it works for the moment, but you know what does alcohol do? Most of us in this room have been destroyed by alcoholic relationships. So yeah, it's numbing for a while, but it's destroyed the family. Gambling. Yeah, I'm happy out there, but I've depleted all the financial resources of the family. Okay, yeah, I'm into porn, but now I can't connect with my significant other. So there's a cost to all this stuff, and that's why we're addressing it. Yeah, that works for now, but you pay a cost for it. And the cost is very high. Awareness decreases, problems don't go away. Usually the shame increases, exhaustion deepens, the cycle tightens, which means the person often returns to work less regulated, more reactive, more distant, more ashamed, more afraid of being discovered, okay? Workplace impact of numbing regression, what leaders may see, what you may see in your team, increased absenteeism or lateness, bless you. Decline in concentration or follow through, mood swings, emotional flatness, isolation from coworkers, defensiveness, responsive to feedback, decreased engagement, heightened secrecy or withdrawal. Leaders often misinterpret this as a lack of motivation, a poor attitude, or not caring anymore, when often it is a system that is overwhelmed and coping poorly, not just in your work, but in your home as well. Connecting numbing to the left side of the Y. Numbing behaviors fit perfectly on the left side because you develop techniques, but they aren't solutions. They're just techniques. They temporarily reduce fear, but they increase long-term costs in your health. A lot of us are paying. If you've got high blood pressure or heart disease, or you're paying for it already, you know you're deepened exhaustion, you're on antidepressants, you're on Xanax, you're paying a cost. You're reinforcing old conclusions. You keep people stuck in survival. And once shame enters the picture, people often move quickly into minimizing. It's not a problem, disowning. Everybody does this. And denial, everything is fine. There's nothing wrong. Okay?
So let's do a leadership check. What can you do when you see this happening in the workplace? When you see it happening in yourself? We told you at the outset that leaders are not therapists and leaders do not investigate personal coping habits. But here it is. Leaders do shape conditions. You do provide an atmosphere that is safe. When organizations normalize exhaustion, reward constant output, ignore recovery, avoid difficult conversations, treat burnout as weakness, they unintentionally push people toward numbing. So you don't want to aggressively push people into trying to cope. Because you yourself know now, if I'm in that position, what am I going to do? Important line, people don't numb because they don't care. They numb because they care and they're overwhelmed. So remember, people don't numb because they don't care, but they numb because they are overwhelmed.
Now, regression, numbing, and survival behaviors are not the end of the story. They just not. They're signals. Here's what they tell us. My capacity is exceeded. Fear is driving my behavior. Old conclusions are active and knowledge and choice are offline. For all you computer people, it's offline. So as we begin to set up to go into tomorrow and we integrate all of this, seeing a pattern as a whole. Before we close, first of all, I'm just going to say, y'all have walked over the burning sands with us today. Y'all have. And I'm going to tell you something. I appreciate you all because I felt comfortable to be vulnerable and tell you some things about me, and I hope it made you feel comfortable because at the end of the day, there's not one person that's not messed up. There just isn't. My box, okay? I mean, you got to understand we are all messed up. But how we determine what we do from this step on determines where we go. Now y'all have some information. You know, okay, I'm struggling with this. We will get into what you do if you're struggling with it, but at least now you know, okay, I'm not crazy. Okay, that's, you know, everybody is experiencing these things. But now that you know, we're going to help you make a different choice. And by that I mean, remember I said I used to flip out when he'd leave the door unlocked. Now he still leaves the door unlocked sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But
we bought a husky.
That's your lock.
See, he's unlocking something in me, about to, you know.
Don't start with it, please don't start with it.
Okay.
You mean we the 12 hours to see that come out?
Is that what you've been thinking that 12 hours? Okay, y'all, okay, we're gonna model how to resolve conflict. But here's what it means. I know I got some issues around safety. I know that. So when I'm feeling triggered, okay, Regina, you are not that 8-year-old girl in that closet anymore. You are not. You are a grown woman. You got kids. You got a husband. You got a husky dog. You know what I'm saying? You can make a different decision. This man's not trying to get you killed. Do you know what I'm saying? He's not trying to harm me. He just left the door open. But you got to remember, for me, but now I can make a different choice. I will call him, honey, you left that door open. Gotta keep that door closed. Okay, have a good day. Bye-bye. Because if I were you and you were me. But I'm saying I have to, because I have that information about myself. Y'all have learned some things about yourself. So now we're going to, as we move, because we're getting ready to close it out. But now that you are discovering, okay, I got some problems, as we move through how to integrate to the right side, we're going to be talking about, once you have that information, you can make a different choice. This is not then, this is now. Let me make another choice.
Before you get there, just go through, stay here on this
Oh
side.
yeah, of course. So on the left side, experiences shape your nervous system. The nervous system draws conclusions. Conclusions operate and activate fear. Fear drives your decisions, and decisions create your techniques. Techniques bring short-term relief. Relief carries long-term crisis. Exhaustion accelerates regression. Regression leads back to old techniques, and minimizing, disowning, and denial keep the cycle going. So you can pause, you can say clearly, nothing here is random, nothing here is weakness. This is what survival looks like when it is uninterrupted. Most of us have been living in survival uninterrupted. I'm just trying to get to the next day. And if it is not interrupted, it just starts all over again, over and over and over.
So what leaders often feel at this point is, and why that matters. At this point in the day, leaders often feel one of three things. They feel concerned. Have I missed something important with my team? How much of this is happening around me? They sense a need of responsibility. What am I supposed to do with this? Is it now on me to fix it? They look at the urgency of the moment. This is happening to my employees. I see it happening. We need to change this right now. We can't let this continue. All of those reactions are understandable, but this is where leadership maturity really matters. So what can you do after day one? There's some things leaders should not do after today. Do not start diagnosing your employees.
Or your family.
Or your family. That explains why she or he is like that. Now I know what his or her issue is. Do not invite personal disclosures. Does anyone want to share their story? Where do you see yourself in this? Do not confront employees with this framework. You're operating on the left side of the why. This sounds like fear-based behavior. And do not try to fix everything immediately. We're changing everything starting tomorrow. No more excuses. Because insight without safety creates shame. And safety must come before change. So what leaders can do immediately In other words, after today, you leave here, you digest all of this. You don't need any new authority to respond well to what you have learned. You need awareness and you need restraint. And here are things you can do right now. Slow the system down. What does that mean? Reduce unnecessary urgency, clarify expectations, and eliminate avoidable chaos. We don't need to decide this today. Let's be clear about what actually matters. In other words, now you assess it. You devise a plan. How do we attack it as the leaders? How do we approach our employees now? Increase predictability. Set clear agendas now. Avoid surprise meetings. Give advance notice when possible. Here's what this meeting will cover. Nothing bad is coming. This is just a check-in. In other words, sometimes leaders just want to pop things out. You know, employees are completely unaware and they're not prepared. You know, a good leader, a mature leader, this is the agenda. You know, that gives the time for the employee to look over it, to be able to research it, to be able to come to the meeting prepared to ask questions. Don't be afraid of that. Correct privately, not publicly. You know, a lot of leaders want to just remand a person right there in front of everybody. Just take your employee aside and talk to them. Watch for exhaustion signals, behavior changes, irritability, withdrawal, overwork. You've been carrying a lot. Let's talk about your workload, not performance. Model regulation. Model the behavior you want your employees to exhibit. Calm tone, measured responses, willingness to pause. Regulated leaders create regulated teams. Can you agree with that?
All right. So here we are, helping people leave whole. Before we end today, I want to say this. I know this seminar stirred a lot of people's behavior. Y'all didn't know what to expect. It was, you know, and that's how we received it. You know, we left worried, okay? But here's what I'm gonna say. When you know something, there's a scripture in the Bible that says, my people perish or die because they don't have knowledge. They don't know. But you know something now. So because you know, you can make a different decision. So this isn't a, you know, oh my goodness, I have destroyed my family, my workplace, my whatever. No, this is, I know something now. So I can make a different decision. I can order my steps differently. I can make a call to that person that offered me that thing that I thought that's too good to be true and accept it. You know what? I will do that. I'll do it. I will direct that 1,000-voice choir. You know what I'm saying? I will take on the whole statewide phlebotomy. I'm gonna do it, okay? So I'm just saying you can make a different decision. And when you start making different decisions, you get different outcomes. We had to make some choices. I had to make some choices in my workplace. And we bring it a lot to our family because that's, you know, where you know, that's the little petri glass that you see a lot of things in. Once we began to understand this is what we're doing and we began to change behavior, the dynamics in our family changed. How our children interacted with us was different because we were interacting with them differently. They could come to us now. You know, it wasn't, no, you did it wrong. No, blah, blah, blah. No. My daughter Eve and I had asked my husband to put this picture up, but I don't think he put it in there, but.
It's not here, it's
Okay.
in the next section.
Okay, but here's what it did. I asked her to go to the store and I said, I'm making chili and I need 2 cans of diced tomatoes, 2 cans of beans, and 2 cans of tomato sauce. She brought it home. They were big cans, okay? 2 big cans. And the tomato sauce was 2 big cans, not 2 small cans. She came in and she said, is that what you wanted? Now in the past, I would have said, no, I didn't want that big can. I wanted the small can. But who was the problem? Where did the problem start?
You didn't give the details.
I didn't give her the details. I didn't tell her, Eve, get the 14-ounce can. I just said get 2 cans of Diet, Michigan Eve. We got California Eve here. Yeah, my daughter's name is Eve and this is Eve. But I'm just saying, and she asked me, Mom, did I get it right? 20 years ago, I would have said no. You got the cans were too small. You got the diced tomatoes too big, and you got the tomato sauce too small. And she would have left out of there feeling like, I can't do anything right. And she'd have been frustrated because I didn't give her all the details. But now I'm blaming her for the outcome. And isn't that what we do? Mm-hmm. So when she said, did I get it right? I said, yes, you did. Because you brought 2 cans of diced tomatoes, 2 cans of beans, and 2 cans of tomato sauce. She got it right. I got it wrong. And because I have gone through this, I can say, and I didn't even address it to her. Why would I? Going forward, though, I know if I tell her to get something, I need you to get this size, and that size. I need you to get this kind of bean, because she bought 2 different kind of beans. 2 different kind of beans.
It's in the details.
You understand? The devil's in the details. So I am saying because I have gone through this, I did not make my daughter walk away feeling incompetent and unheard and unappreciated. You understand? When she said, did I get it right? I said, you got it exactly right. Thank you very much, sweetheart. You got it and she walked away happy, right? And I bore the onus of my own mistake. I bore that. I took that on because I'm mature enough now to say I got that wrong. Why am I pushing that on a 20-year-old kid? Okay? That's what this does. That's what it did for us. I received it just the way you all did. But I'm saying now, and when I'm in my workplace, what did you get? Oh, you know what? Thank you very much. Going forward, I know now I got to be clear in my instructions. But this isn't you, this is me. Okay?
So the goal of today was not exposure, it was understanding. Just understanding. And we don't want you to go home trying to resolve anything tonight.
No, honey, you and me need to talk.
Analyze anyone tonight.
Now I know why you're this way.
Really rest is the assignment. And so we focused on why people struggle, including ourselves. And tomorrow we'll focus on how change actually happens. How do we use the knowledge that we now have and really apply it to ourselves? How knowledge interrupts fear, how choice returns when safety increases, how teams move from numbing to regulation, how leaders build trust without prying, how the right side of the Y produces energy instead of exhaustion. Day 1 was about seeing the water we swim in. Day 2 is about choosing a different direction. And so we just want to thank each of you guys for staying with us, your courage to speak out and share your stories. And
if you have any questions, you can ask them now because we're concluding. I know we said 4, but we're concluding. And if y'all don't, I got a joke.
Joke away. Is that okay?
Y'all don't have nothing to say. I want to tell a joke. But if y'all got something to say, I'm going to listen. But
this was so beneficial. It really, really was. So I appreciate you guys opening up the doors and just allowing us to come in here and get a lot of this information. I'm curious to know about the right side. The right side seems a little better.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So thanks.
I personally thank you. I know this the last minute. It was just like beginning of this week, and Christine told me. But I am really appreciate knowing you both and have met this wonderful. I would say I think I can relate to a lot of you, and I share with earlier, and I say this workshop looks like university meets
Science.
no
Oh, sorry.
church.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, wow, this is interesting. So I can really relate my old days taking psychology and at university and now with the church combined, and we all have a place in all the stories that
Yes,
we have.
yes. And just know, because they can see us, but they can't see you. So everything that you said, nobody knows, you know, nobody knows.
Except Daisy.
Like, we're on blast. They can see us. They know, and they say, oh, she got some problems.
Oh, did you set the laughing face again?
But you guys, no one has seen you, so you can just go right on with your lives, and nobody knows anything. But as for us, we're on blast.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I know it's supposed to be in the background, but I wanted to ask, like, I know all of you guys are leaders in your communities and in the workforce. Like, what is there things that, and I know pastors said not to go and apply, you know, and just to really reflect and rest right now. But do you guys have any ideas of how you're going to apply this in your own work or life or at home, or what did this bring up for you? I'm just really curious. And was God talking to you? Were you talking to you? You know, did things pop up to you where you're like, oh, I'm gonna change? Because I know for me personally, and I'll be vulnerable first, like, I think definitely with this, you know, new government job, I've been in nonprofits my whole life. This is like my first governmental, you know, position. And my boss literally said, if it's not perfect, it's not acceptable. You know, and that comes down to every basic email, every basic Teams chat, and it's been extremely stressful. So when I'm in like my my one-on-ones, it's intense and it's long and it's nothing but feedback. And at first I was really, you know, on my defense, because I'm like, how can it get better than this? Half of it was ChatGPT. So it's ChatGPT's fault, like, you know, like, it can't, like, what are you talking about? I can't be better than a damn robot, you know, like, let's be real. But then I started to understand, like, okay, they're pushing me to be better and to show me who I am, to improve my skills. This is a blessing. So that's what brought up for me. What about the team?
Yeah, you know, I think for me, there is so much that was said, but one of the areas you talked about was towards the end, the fear. I stay super over busy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm grateful for the busyness because there's so much more going on in my life that it doesn't allow me to deal with certain things because I'm on the road all the time. You know what? And just, yeah, it's just crazy. So now I'm realizing, and I know it, the moment you guys said it, I said, that's what it is. I got some fears that are still creeping inside my life. That it allows me to stay on the freeway longer. I'll go from Murrieta, and I just did it yesterday, from Murrieta to Pomona to Glendora, just because I'm on the road and it's my time.
Right.
It's my time to reflect. But it's got a two-edged sword. It's the fear, and you know what? That's my therapy at the same time. So, you know, I think going into this, just being aware that there's some things that are triggered that I didn't want to associate it with fear or any other emotions that I was going through that were negative on the left side, right?
Right.
That I'm thinking, so how I'm going to make this work for me is just make the adjustments, the small adjustments. I don't want to make big ones. Got too much stuff going on.
Right.
But I think if I make a little bit of adjustments, I'm going to improve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. And tomorrow you'll see even more if you're here. Anyone else? Now, no one has to share, but, you know.
I will share the last time. Small one. So I think I have a lot of staffs, but some I have my partners manage it, but then they always want to they're Vietnamese, so they always wanted to get like one-on-one with me, and I'm like, no. So I did that a lot because I know there's so much drama is going on in the work environment, since you have like 17 women walking around with huge estrogens. No men, all women. So that's why I step away. But then this particular one that I work down here, I will take what Dr. Regina was talking about earlier, is that you need to really step down, like take responsibility. Because sometimes like you're like, I'm your boss, I know everything, just do it my way, right? So then I have my front desk manager. Sometimes she's young, 27, 28. But then now she go, Tanya, I think we should do this. I think we should do that. Before I go, okay, I'll take your word, but I think mine is better. Now listening to what you shared, I think there's some reflections there. I would have to really listen completely and step out of the box and see what's in it. For
That's
them.
awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Erica?
I just wanted to say thank you both for your presentation and the information that you guys have shared. And to me, this was a refresher. I've done a lot of self-reflection and implementation in my life over the past maybe, I want to say 5 years. A lot of books. It started with my dad. He had provided me a book that his sister, who my aunt had passed away in the years prior, that had given him. So he gave it to me to read. And that was really the beginning journey. And the book may have not been significant to somebody else, but a lot of people have, when I looked at, who's read the books and how it's sold and stuff like that, years after, I realized, it's a really popular book, but it's very short, but it's, it talks about, God and faith and connection and energy and stuff, right? And so throughout that time, I was working full-time, 12 hours, managing shift, hiring, firing, training, working private, then hospice at the same time, and there was a lot going on. And then eventually, this other book popped up, and it was regarding quantum physics and the introduction to quantum physics. But it was around the time that I was like, okay, I really have to change, my perspective, because I'm such a negative person. I think negatively, and I get comments like that. But I'm the most happiest person, out there, and but just with the close people, we're like, you're so negative, and I said, well, I grew up like that. I grew up in that environment. I grew up just being so defensive and as a protection, and so. So anyway, I started reading, and I ended up, I don't know how it happened, but my coworkers and I, we ended up watching this video or film, and it was called The Secret, right? And I think it had Bob Proctor in there and stuff like that, Dale Carnegie, and and I'm like, okay, what's this about, And it called to me, so I was like, let's watch it, And that was after I had already read the book my dad recommended. I had a book appeared, the Intro to Quantum Physics, right? And I'm like, okay, this is, I know what's going on here, right? So I'm like, okay, God, I hear it, I see what's going on. So anyway, long story short, after many, many, many other books and just digging inside, and I have 3 children, right? So I'm like, okay, I have to figure out how I'm gonna change for the better for them, and stop this, what people refer to generational curses, right? Or generational trauma, and things like that, where it's passed down and it's never stopped, right? To where if our parents were alcoholics and then we become alcoholics, and I was an alcoholic before, I'm 2 years sober now, and
Yes.
yeah. So I really have gone through so much of self, reflection and digging and change and education, reading and researching and actually implementing, right? But not only for myself, I was like, how am I going to do it so I help, my children, because I've already done, like we said, damage. We've already done so much, I've had a child at 16 years old, at different stages of my life have I had my other children. So they got different versions of me, you know? So, you know, I'm like, man, we really gotta figure this out, you know, because it stops here. I'm not gonna carry over what my parents and what they went through down onto my children. And there's a lot of things you cannot control, but there's even more things that you can, right? So again, you know, this was such a great refresher for me, starting the new year on a clean slate, right? To just kind of get that call back in, like, hey, make sure that you are, you know, having that implemented in your home, making sure that you're following up with your kids, not so much in the workforce right now, but with at home, you know, with the kids and what they're, and we've seen so much change in the kids and how they respond by what we've implemented with them already. I mean, it's like a 360 from, you know, going to punching holes in the wall, you know, to saying, okay, you know what, let me think about it. I'm gonna go to my room, for my children. I'm speaking of my children. My son will go to the room and say, okay, all right, you know, and it's been like that for about, you know, a year plus. But I mean, to get to that point, you know, it was really. So this is amazing, and I think that, you know, education is so important because so many people don't know about this. They have no idea. They're like, this is who I am. This is what it, you know. So what, and da da da, and they live their life into the last breath, believing that this is them. This is they can't change it, and you know, and then they continue to, how do you say it? Pass it down to their family or their friends or whoever, and it's a never-ending cycle until you realize, wait a minute, I can change things. I can. Oh, this was because of that. Oh, you know. So it's amazing. I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and this is going to change the trajectory of a lot of people's, you know, future. So
well, thank you all. Thank you all very much. We are gonna go ahead and, unless you have something to say, we'll share.
Yes, we do have a poster. So there's another QR code on the screen, and it's asking the same questions. We just want to see the degree to which your opinion may have changed over the course of this day. And all the responses that we'll gather from there will help make this event better. So when we present it again, it's even better based on what people have heard. And so we really, really appreciate it. It helps our mission, our goal to educate people.
And you know, this we've been doing this for a long time, but it's been a while since we had done it, and so you know we're you know what I'm saying. It's to get our flow. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
But you all have been very, very kind and very, you know, because we've gone in front of some mean audience. You know, where they're throwing daggers and all that. But thank you all very, very much. You've received us. Another conclusion we're about to give you.
And we got food tomorrow too.
Oh, we got food tomorrow, and we have food.
Real meat.
Real meat.
Oh yeah, you got a choice. You got a choice. You got so yeah. You got some
Can we say what the food is? Can we say what it is?
Oh yeah.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Okay.
No worries.
Well, just if you can join us online or anything at any time, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. And then you have the workbook, and so with the workbook, we're addressing the other side, so you can go through the workbook.
Can I have one extra from my husband?
Yeah, absolutely.
He joined us online today.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So we're gonna conclude, we're gonna take it offline, and then if you all have any questions, we're here to answer any questions as we clean up and whatever. And if we can.
Joke. You forgot your joke.
Oh, yes. Okay. I was trying to decide which, but here it goes like this. This woman used to go into the grocery store, and this man had a parrot. And every time she'd come in, the parrot would just start talking. You know you ugly. You know you're ugly. Ugly. And first she was like, is this bird talking to me? You know. But every time she'd walk in, the bird would be like, you know you ain't looking good. You know you're not looking good. Blah, blah, blah. You know, all the voices. And she finally comes in, she's had enough. So she calls the owner. She's like, listen, I'm going to tell you something. I come in here every day and I spend money. And your doggone bird keeps telling me that I don't look good, that I'm ugly, blah, blah, blah. And I'm telling you right now, If he says it to me again, I'm never shopping ever again in your store. And you know I come here a lot and spend a lot of money. So he's like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. She walks out, he goes to the bird, and he's like, look, tell that woman she's ugly again, and I'm gonna pluck your feathers and cook you in a soup, okay? So the bird's like, yikes. Woman comes in, she comes right to the bird. She looks at the bird looks at her. Then the bird looks over at its master. The bird looks back at her and says, you already know. You know, I ain't gotta tell you. So here's what I'm gonna say. Sometimes when we're talking, I'm like, you know. Why am I telling you this? You know. My husband will say, you know you got issues. Why are we addressing this? You already know. Okay? So I'm just saying to you all, you know, be easy on yourself. When you start to get, you know what, I already know. I know where this is coming from. Give yourself a break. You know. Okay? So now you know. Cut yourself a break.
Yeah.
All right? Let yourself be human. And we'll talk to you all. Those of you that are coming, we'll talk to you tomorrow. And those of you that are online, thank you so much for joining us. All right, you all.
You know what made this so really good is the transparency of everybody sharing. It's amazing. You know, you don't get that a lot of times.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think the transparency was just a key element. Really.
And then to be honest, when you're in a leadership role, you really don't. You don't want to. You know, it's not. You can't go to them saying, you know, I'm really struggling.
Yeah, I'm jacked up.
Right, I'm jacked up. But say, look, I got some problems, and that's it.
I got full bladder, so I'll be right back.